morning, Honorable Councillors. Dumelang, Goeie More, Sanibonani, Ndimachironi. Let's quickly observe a moment of silent contemplation for meditation and prayers so that we may proceed with the business of the day. May I now ask you to observe that moment. Thank you. I would like to confirm that we are 68. We thus have the quorum to proceed with the business of the day. Let me just indicate that in terms of item 139, the notice of the meeting, this meeting takes place consistent with the provisions of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, number 117 of 1998 as amended, and Rule 5.1 of Council Standing Rules and Orders, that a special meeting of the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipal Council be held on the specified date, time, and venue to consider the items as set out in the agenda. I would also like to confirm that this meeting is consistent with the adopted calendar of council's meetings for 2025-2026. I would like to step off that item. Let me officially acknowledge the Executive Mayor and Ntatisi, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Melula Matito Dili, the Council Whip, Councillor Nikelo, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, whips of different political parties. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the city manager and heads of the departments present here with us today, the media, and the community of Mangaung, those who are watching us on a live platform, and those who may be seated on a designated area for public and esteemed community members. May I therefore step off that item and proceed to item 140, which deals with applications for leave of absence. That item has been dealt with administratively, consistent with the provisions of our standing rules and orders, Rule 22.2. May I now proceed to item 141, which deals with the acceptance of the agenda. After consultation with both the mayor and the deputy executive mayor, I was informed that the following items will be withdrawn for purposes of today. Item 9, which deals with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful strategy, that item be withdrawn and be referred to MPEG. I will like to the Executive Mayor to confirm that for record purposes, item 12, appointment of debt collections in their debt recover category, that item be referred back. Item 14, report on the hosting of inaugural Mangaung Metropolitan Municipalities Inaugural Investment Summit, be referred back. Item 4 and 5 be combined. Item 7 and 8 be combined. Can I confirm if that is the case, Executive Mayor?
Morning, colleagues. Yes, Speaker, that's how we have proposed before you. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now recognize hands, Councillor Viviers.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me.
Let me just acknowledge speakers first. Councillor Viviers, Councillor Snyman, Councillor Swartz, Councillor Terre Blanche. You'll pardon me, colleagues. I had an eye operation last week, so my vision is not that clear. Councillor Van Niekerk, Councillor De Bruin, and Councillor Matswetlane. In that order, you may proceed, Councillor Viviers.
Speaker.
Councillor Mate, you'll be the last.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I got nothing to do with the agenda. I just wanted to ascertain clarity. The points on the agenda that you have withdrawn now, you made it very clear on the first one, but more specifically 12 and 14. What is the reason that it's withdrawn from the agenda? Did I hear correctly? Is it referred back to committees again? Because 9 and 12 did serve before committee. If you can just give clarity, sorry to bother you in that regard. Thanks.
Okay, I've noted your question. The executive will respond. Next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to ask regarding point 150.1 in committee report. We already handled that item in committee previously and steps have been taken already. Is it truly necessary for it to be in committee again and not be handled on the regular agenda? Thank you.
Noted. Next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine was only just, I missed, you said the points that were going to be combined. I picked 4 and 5, but I missed the last 2 that you said would be combined as one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Terre Blanche. No, Councillor Van Niekerk, sorry.
I'm sorry, but I have to mention the indigent register again, because again it is not part of this agenda for today. Through you, Speaker, we have to ask the Mayor, in the previous meeting on 31 July, you instructed very clearly that the MEC for Finance please get the house in order and to prioritize the process of the indigent register so that it can serve to the council. En nou, burgemeester, presies 'n maand later, het ons nog steeds nie hierdie dokumente nie en sit daar buite in Bloemfontein etlike inwoners wat met minimum vloei van water tevrede moet wees. Geen mens kan op so 'n manier 'n behoorlike lewe handhaaf nie. En ons moet hoor vandag by u self, burgemeester, do you have any clarity by when can we expect this, by when will it serve here, so that we can finalize this thing and get it over and done, please. It is coming for months and months and months now. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Matswetlane. All right, let me acknowledge you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd just like to find out, to bring it under your attention, that they said they're going to answer our rules in 21 days, but our rules was not been answering. And then as a whip, I'm asking for a 5-minute caucus. Thank you, with all the whips.
Councillor Matswetlane.
Aku dumedise motsamaisi wa dipuisano. I support the proposed agenda of executive.
With the amendments.
The amendment.
Thank you. Did I acknowledge you on my order list?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. No, you didn't. There's just one thing I just want to know for clarity. Sorry.
No, let me conclude speakers on the line first. Councillor Marty.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Councillor Matswetlane has covered me.
Thank you. It looks like me and Dr. Bodma had a similar procedure. Let me allow you to raise your point of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure with regards to the items that have been combined, will we then get 4 speakers on the combined item? Because there was not any whippery meeting to let us know that these items will be combined. So we've already prepared speakers on the items separately. So I just want to know, with them being combined, do we then still get...
Yes, I will grant you that opportunity. And that is all. Councillor Viviers.
I'm done now, but just again for clarity, any indication why there was no whippery meeting, any indication why the Chief Whip of Council is not here today, please understand it in context. There is now a lot of items that has been removed from the agenda also, but councillors have done the trouble to work through it and prepared. Could we not possibly have a better whippery system? Thank you, Chairperson of the Council.
May I now allow the executive to respond to issues raised?
No, thank you, Speaker. Let me deal with first item 9. I think subject to the meeting I had with MPEC, and on the understanding that this area of a program that must unfold impact much more on the work and the activities of MPEC. And having subjected our proposal to MPEC, I think it is MPEC that must reflect and develop a program that would serve before Council. So by so doing, I indicated to the team that I think this could serve as an overreach if we're not careful. And we have since compared our notes, and we believe that it's a matter that must be before MPEC. Item 12. we brought it to the council in terms of the principle and the policy that would actually be followed with regard to how this would be generated. But I don't think we need to set a precedent where we would now bring supply chain matters before the council, because then we shall have to bring all. And it is on the basis of that we said we don't think it belongs. And item 14, it's an ongoing request that was before us, and we thought we should bring it before the council. There are two things that ensued. One, the responsible MMC that was supposed to be industrious in terms of information at the level of mayoral committee was not well, and the information could not flow as the HOD was also assigned elsewhere. That's the first part of it. The second part of it is that we then indicated that there are processes unfolding with regard to the investment summit, mainly on the strength of those companies that have expressed interest on a number of products that came out of this investment summit. And we then asked that the officials must help us to bring a report not in piece but in total. Hence, the matter had to be withdrawn. On the issue of in committee, my big brother has got a point, Councillor, there, that the matter served before the council and there was a blueprint given to us. But I think there was a rider that for any step that we take, we must from time to time alert the council on the steps. And what is involved in there is that the proposed name that must serve before, and on the strength of that is those that would like to alert the council. Just as a matter of perhaps making sure that we keep the council informed. On the last item of indigent, although a number of topical issues would from time to time quench on the issue of indigent, but I want to believe the program that has been agreed upon by Michael, which is more operational than just what we can bring before the council, is to authenticize and make sure that that program is followed to the fullest. It is quite an involved challenge that the municipality must work upon. If you would remember, they really did acknowledge that as the matter was raised by, I referred to a senior citizen, which I still do, that officials must really go out. As a result, at an operational level, we have decided to resuscitate regional offices and local offices wherever our people could be reached, to make sure that we even go to their localities and ensure that we, out of this need of having an authentic, people-driven, indigent register and policy, would actually take it at that level. Now, it's not at a point where I can bring a product to the council, but hard work on it is done, Speaker. And I think it's one of the aspect that would address the element in and around our collection discipline, which is one of the greatest part. If the item that we are saying shouldn't serve before the council it would actually touch base with what our fellow councillor is raising. But I must indicate that it is work in progress. Thank you, Speaker.
Council Whip, there was a question earlier on as to why was there no WIPARI meeting.
I think, Speaker, I ask you for a request that we need a 5 minutes caucus, please, with the WIPARIs. Thank you.
Councillor, please sit down. You have asked questions, so I'm allowing responsible offices to respond to questions. I'm going to come back to your request. And if your request is not supported, I will have to rule on it. So can you be patient? There's a set of questions raised here. Maybe you may want to ask that question again, since the council whip is here. I did not capture the essence. Councillor Viviers.
Humble thank you, Speaker. And thank you, although he's not here for the executive mayor, also to give reasons. I'm stating it that firstly, Mako didn't sit yesterday, or the executive management team. We are now told, through you, Honourable Mayor, the Chief Whip, that 3 points are withdrawn from the agenda. I think that should have been known a long time ago. And unfortunately, through you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chief Whip, all the other councillors, maybe barring the ANC, have now prepared on those agenda points. So, just for background. So the question is, you being the Chief Whip of this council, why couldn't you have just notified all Chief Whips of other parties that please don't prepare on item 12, item 14, and item 9. It's a lot of hours that councillors must utilize to go properly through everything. And then today we are told that, sorry, you've done all the hard work, but now items are withdrawn. I'm respectfully again saying, Mako have most probably said much earlier this week. All these things was known beforehand. Chief Whip, if you have just notified whips, you would have not wasted councillors' time. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for allowing me.
Councillor Whip.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and good morning to all Honourable Councillors. And indeed, let me appreciate what has been indicated by Councillor Vivier in relation to the information that should have at least reached the multi-party in relation to this particular matter. And I must just indicate, Honourable Speaker, that maybe let me first start by saying the items perhaps maybe that the executive mayor have withdrawn are the items of the executive mayor. So I don't have authority over the items of the executive mayor, whether he withdraws them or not withdraw them. Maybe there's some other underlying factors that the executive mayor have done so. But over and above that, in relation to the issues of the preparations and the issue of the multi-party that could not sit, of which it's something that at least I can give account on it. And I would also want to apologize to the House because we had a caucus until very late yesterday. And then immediately after that, there were other emergencies that I had to attend. But unfortunately, that affected the sittings of the multi-party. And as per the discussion that we had in our chat group, it was expected that the meeting will have to sit yesterday. But unfortunately, and I apologize for that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Point of personal explanation.
You may proceed, Councillor.
Again, Honourable Speaker, thank you for allowing me. Respectfully, you were not here, Chief Whip. The Mayor have given his reasons for withdrawal. Respectfully, we also caucused yesterday evening, and a lot of councillors had to write speeches, I think, till the early hours. Now, you've thrown it back to the Executive Mayor through you, Honourable Speaker. So now maybe the Executive Mayor should then give us an answer after your very long caucus meeting yesterday evening why he didn't instruct you to notify all parties that they should not further prepare on items that has been withdrawn. I'm not being difficult. I'm just saying that if we have proper communication, our time will not be wasted. Thank you, Speaker.
You are speaking now for the third time on this item. I think we are abusing the point of personal explanation. I have already indicated that there was a request by the executive that these items be referred back for further consultation. That's a fair request because it will not be fair to allow a matter which is on the table not to be properly motivated by the executive mayor or anybody responsible for that item. I however, note your concern, but I wouldn't want us to discuss this matter further. I'm making a ruling that this matter will therefore stand down as requested by executive mayor. All these items which are here, the executive mayor's item. However, I do not rule out your concern that in future a proper communique must be extended to parties so that parties should not waste time on an item which will not be considered. Thank you. Councillor Snyman. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Just specifically on item number 14, I just want to clarify. The investment summit happened in February, on the 19th of February. The report was done on the 5th of May, and it served at MPAC on the 8th of August. And we are still not prepared on this item.
Councillor Snyman, there's a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, it seems that we're in discussions. I think item number 14, Executive Mayor withdrew the item. We'll discuss the item when it comes back as the chair, as the councillor indicates, and you already ruled on the matter, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor, I've made a ruling. I come again.
I just want to clarify, I'm not opposing your ruling and that 14 has been removed. I'm asking for clarity as to how 7 months after the investment summit, we are still not prepared. Even if the item is not serving today, how is that possible?
That has been noted, Councillor. We will not provide that answer today. I've made a ruling already. Executive Mayor, there's a request here as to the last item, which is on an in-committee report. Did you reply to that?
Yes, I did, Speaker, unless if when I was taking a call, there could have been another manifestation on the item. But the answer I gave was that, yes, I acknowledge that there was a blueprint kind of given to the Office of the Executive Mayor to proceed. But if you look at the resolution, the steps thereof must from time to time be given to the Council. So it is on the strength of that I would be pronouncing who are those that would serve as an interim body, and I must bring that to the Council. There are names of people that must be acknowledged. Speaker, let me take advantage of this. I sympathize with other caucuses, including the caucus of the party I belong to. I was not in the province as I was attending national meetings. And I instructed from afar on some of the items that you are putting question to. And that also disadvantaged even the chief whip, perhaps in terms of communicating in the manner that the other parties would have loved to. But I had attended Kokta and Salga, which I came last night back into the city. So it is on the strength of that it should also be understood that upon looking at the items, I had to apply my mind quite diligently and late. But on the strength that I can't come and bog down the council on issues that would need to be considered, perhaps even at other different platforms than here. It was just a procedural matter. Should I say I apologize? I don't. Maybe I should say that.
Okay, I'm going to make a ruling on that item consistent with Rule 20.3. The Speaker or Chairperson may, after considering a duly motivated request, direct that a matter be moved between the confidential and open parts of the agenda. Since this is just an administrative follow-up matter which was previously discussed in an in-committee session, we should not consider it in committee. It is just a report back to the council meeting, which citizens may obviously have an interest on. I don't think it will be subject to open debates. It is the council resolved that the mayor should appoint a team for a prescribed period So we will not consider that report in committee. It will be in open parts of the agenda. Now, may I confer, is there anybody who second the request for a multi-party caucus as proposed by Councillor De Bruin? In the absence of a second, I will make a ruling that that proposal falls off. There has already been a seconder to the proposal that the items be adopted with amendments as they are. Can I see? There is no in a meeting, Councillor. You raise your hand, I will acknowledge you. May I now officially acknowledge you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. I apologize for saying no. I wanted to correct you as a procedural matter to say the item, the adoption of agenda has never been seconded. I wanted to bring it to your attention that it was never seconded.
No, there was a proposal, Councillor Maswetani, seconded by Councillor Marty.
Speaker, I think I need to quote what Councillor Mate said. Councillor Mate said, I am covered by Councillor Maswetani. She never said, I second the item. You can go back to the tape and listen because I don't want to fight forever. Today I came with a good mood to say the council must run well. Now I'm saying, can we listen to the tape? Because I might be the one who's misleading the council, but the public is also listening. And they're waiting for a seconder. We have never received a seconder to this meeting.
No, it's fine. Thanks for that correction. It will obviously be a waste of time to adjourn and listen to a tape. May I confer with the councillor? What did you mean by being covered?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the proposal that made by Councillor Maswetani.
Thank you, Councillor. Now that there's a proposal, there's a seconder to the proposal. May I now see hands of those in favor of the proposal to adopt the agenda?
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
No, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
There's two rules. It's either it's a point of order or point of personal clarification.
Then on a point of personal clarification, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, you didn't respond to my question with regards to the speakers on the items that's going to be combined.
I did, Councillor. I said I will grant you because you have already prepared. I will allow the 4 speakers who are scheduled to speak to continue as planned initially. Are you happy? Thank you. Is there any seconder to the seconded proposal to adopt the agenda with those amendments? Ana hona le batho ba tshehetsang tlhahiso. Do you want to speak, Councillor? Oh, okay. The majority has it. Those against, I want to record abstentions because the substantial number of councillors. Those who abstain, thank you. Just for record purposes, can I once again count those hands who supported the proposal to adopt the agenda? And those against? 0. Okay, those in favor is 54, abstentions 25, against 0. The agenda will be carried
Honorable Speaker.
as proposed with the amendments as indicated earlier on. On what point are you rising on?
Just on a point of personal clarification.
Okay.
I just wanted to check, Speaker, if one abstained from adopting the agenda, should one then be able to speak on that same agenda? I'm just asking for interest sake. Thank you.
I guess it's a public relations exercise. No, I'm sorry for that. Members have got the democratic right to participate on any item. May I now proceed to item 142, which deals with.
Thank you, Speaker. I see you answer me on the caucus, but on the other one, you didn't answer me. That you give a ruling last month in council about our rules that was needed. Thank you.
Point of order.
Okay, Councillor Hashatsi.
Speaker, I think I'm part of the committee of petitions and motions. Councillor was not present during our discussion. We have already concluded of motions and such. He wasn't there when we concluded with other opposition parties.
No, thank you. May you, Honourable Councillor, confer with the chair of that committee, because the whip of that committee says this matter was discussed regarding motions and petitions. I am not privy to their discussions. However, I note your concern. May we proceed, councillors, with the agenda. Item 142, announcements. It may not only endanger the life of a councillor, but ordinary citizens who are users of roads. We appreciate if members can present their petitions and their motions and their concerns to the council, but to the extent that they make it impossible for ordinary citizens to use any facility or road, that in its violation of rights of other members of the community. Can I recognize anyone who want to make an announcement? Councillor Sibulao, Councillor Kotze, Councillor De Bruin, Councillor Kai. Yes, Councillor Chard, in that order.
No, ke a leboga Speaker. Ha o mpha monyetla ke batla go buela ka few things here. Number one, I want to Justice and Constitutional Development of South Africa, Mekubai. You know, we normally speak about consequence management, and we don't see consequence management happening. But we saw from that minister that the consequence management is very important, especially when you are directed to discharge and you don't do that. So, well done, Minister. Secondly, I don't know what is happening. You know, we've been doing well in terms of waste removal in Mangaung. Now I see that we are deteriorating. Rubbish has not been taken. Maybe where rubbish is not collected. The last two things that I want to talk about is allegations. The community of Mangaung, they are very worried, Speaker, particularly from where I come from in Ward 18. We see things happening, or we see things on social media. And we have a Department of Communication and the spokesperson for that matter in this. Anybody or the spokesperson speaking on behalf of the municipality, there's this report that talks about the inmate who was getting salary. And this thing has been coming on all along, and nobody's saying anything. It looks like it's business as usual in this Mangaung. Secondly, there's the cricket stadium that has been said. It's on social media that the cricket stadium is sold. By who, we don't know. So my humble plea to this House and to the Speaker is that can our communication department, particularly the spokesperson, like they do in national, whether it's right or it's wrong, and it can't be that every day. So people are speaking, and when people are talking, we don't. It's genuine. So the spokesperson must just do his job and say whatever that he wants to say. If he does not have information, he must come and say, we are going to investigate there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, fellow councillors and colleagues, I would like to take a moment and acknowledge and thank the teams who worked tirelessly to restore water during the recent major interruption affecting the entire southern Mangaung. This was a large-scale challenge involving sections and pipelines and multiple reservoirs that ran dry. The dedication, expertise, and long hours put in by operations, maintenance, technical teams, and the Vaal Central water teams were crucial in bringing the system back online and restoring the supply. I also want to extend a special commendation to MMC Vusi and the department and his staff, or the department staff, for his outstanding communication throughout the incidents. The regular updates on social media, including visual updates, ensured that residents were informed and aware of the progress being made. So thank you for that. This level of transparent and consistent communication is not the status quo, but an example of what we as councillors have been asking for and advocating for over many years. It demonstrates clearly that accountability and service delivery can look what it can look like when executed correctly. As councillors, it is our responsibility to recognize the efforts of those who work behind the scenes to ensure that our community's essential services are maintained. Today, I publicly express my appreciation for all those involved in this operation. Let this serve as a reminder that effective infrastructure management, excellence, and clear communication, and in this case, we saw both work in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Debray.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to bring it under your attention that one of my rules was been answered. But through you, I just want to give this document over to MPAC to give me a fully oversight report by next month. I see the chairperson of MPAC is not here, but I want to hand this over to the deputy chairperson to acknowledge this file, please. Thank you.
No, it does not work like that, Councillor. To place it under record that there's a matter that you want, and then you direct it to us. It is me who will hand it over to MPEG. So whatever you have, please address it to us over here. We will duly hand it over to the committee. And for you to prescribe a period of response, it will not be fair. Allow the committee to look into matters that in fact, you have raised. They will duly advise if those matters require substantive time to look at, but pass it over. We will direct it to the committee, not the chairperson. The relevant committee will look into it. Councillor Kai.
Yes, Speaker, I understand what you said, that I must give it in to you, but I think this report take already 5 months. That's why I ask you for a time in council that you can give me a time to answer me, because this thing is now already 5 months that you was delaying with the city manager on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Diaz.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Diaz, did you rise on a point of order? Okay.
Someone's mic is on. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Councillors. Honorable Speaker, really we cannot be subjected to this. We are on item under announcements. What Councillor De Bruin is doing really is wasting time, and we have a lot of work to do. Can he please stay on the line? Thank you very much. Now we are on announcement, Honorable Councillor.
Thank you. Overruled. No, we overruled Councillor De Bruin. We sustained it. Councillor, we are on a point on announcements. There's nothing that stops you to submit a matter to be considered through proper channels. Let's not debate it further. I have noted your point. We will take it up together with what you want the committee to investigate. May we proceed to the last speaker, Councillor? No, it's Councillor Ai.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. The Mangaung Metro Municipality is pleased to announce and welcome a series of sporting cultural events that will take place within our city. These events are not only celebrate sports, music and culture, but also position Mangaung as a leading hub for entertainment, tourism, and community engagement. The following events are scheduled: international friendly matches, which will be Lesotho faces South Africa, then South Africa faces Nigeria, and there's also cultural and lifestyle festivals, which is Makufe Festival, Kufa Main Festival, Limo Festival, Soul Excursion. We extend our support to all stakeholders, event organizers and community members who continue to contribute to the growth and vibrancy of Mangaung. These events are expected to boost the local economic activity, showcase our cultural diversity, create a platform for social cohesion. The Mangaung calls upon the residents to participate responsibly, support the local businesses, and ensure that Mangaung remains a safe and welcoming environment for all. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chart.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I think many councillors will remember I've spoken many times about the absence of cranes in Mangaung. We don't have cranes building big projects. So it's a bit of a bittersweet moment for me in Ward 23 to see that there are massive cranes constructing student accommodation there. And one is excited about development in Mangaung. However, and it is 1,198 beds for students, so that assists with the student housing crisis that we have. However, I just want to mention that there are concerns that remain since 2018 regarding the traffic, the sewage and the water implications of this development. There was a questionable decision taken to reduce the parkings from 600 to 70 without notifying the community. And this was done without the proper traffic impact studies and those kind of studies being done. And I am very concerned that in future we will have trouble there, and then the mayor will have to help me when there's traffic problems. And I just want to mention already, Campus Key and Educata, student developments are struggling daily with water pressure because they get water from a 150 pipe. We need to construct a 300 pipe from DF Malherbe Avenue towards Orange Street to make sure they get water along with Stellenrijk Retirement Village. And then, Speaker, in 2022, Council sent a motion that we submitted regarding oversight, Section 79 oversight committees, which I believe is crucial for governance in Mangaung, no matter who governs. We sent it to the municipal manager to report back to council, and it hasn't happened. And then there was also a request that I sent to the impact chairperson, I think also to the speaker and the mayor, and members of the DA sent for a hearing of impact regarding Bloemwater, Department of Water and Sanitation, and Mangaung bulk water, specifically regarding things like Marselspoort, Gariep, and all those issues regarding our bulk water provision. Nothing has happened since then. I really hope that this matter will either be taken up by impact or by the mayor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That concludes the discussion on this matter. Councillor Duna, may I put you under spotlight? It has been 9 months since we adopted or resolved to amend the rules. Ordinarily, even after 9 months, a substantive period of gestation, a baby is born. Why has this baby not born yet? When are we expected to put to use the new amended rules?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. It was not intentional for the baby to be born after so long. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me greet the entire House, councillors, and our HODs and CFO. Now, Speaker, let me bring this to the council, even though then I wanted to bring it formal, because after the standing rules and orders were approved, there were some issues around the standing rules that we passed that has a legal implication. So it was brought to my attention by our internal legal office, and I requested them to produce a report on that. So the report is available, Speaker, but I could not bring it to the council first. We need to meet as the committee, because after receiving it, I was satisfied with it, but the committee is not yet met. And also above that, there's an issue that we need to seek for external advice, legal advice on that. So the issue was only the legality. I could not bring that item here without having a confidence on it and making sure that we bring the council into confidence. So I'm sure, Speaker, in the next coming week, the committee will sit. Then definitely the full report will be placed before the honourable sitting. Thank you very much, Speaker. Apologies for the delay to the entire council.
Thank you, Councillor. May you present a written report in the next meeting so that we can express ourselves on the basis of a written report?
Yes, Speaker, it will.
Okay. May we now proceed to the next item, colleagues. The next item deals with disclosure of interest. That item has been dealt with administratively. May I proceed to item 144, reports of the Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor, may I acknowledge you?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Sorry, there's a hand here. Is that a point of order or a point of personal clarification? You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Apologies for interrupting, Mayor. Councillor, through you, Speaker, Councillor Kawai, I would just like to ask regarding the events coming to Mangaung. Is it possible for us to get a list of dates for those events? And then just also clarification if Mangaung isn't shareholder in it. And then the point of clarification, Speaker, just want to know, when I asked the question regarding point 150.1, the Mayor indicated it should remain in committee due to personal information that's going to be brought up. However, if I understood your ruling correctly, you indicated it should be brought under the regular agenda. Just one clarification on that. Thank you.
No, Councillor, please concentrate. You are taking us back. I've already made a ruling on that. You may proceed, Executive Mayor. I, however, note your request for dates of the upcoming events. That will be attended to. The city manager will address that matter expeditiously.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Speaker. Fellow councillors, colleagues, you really have made my work so easy by having an extensive debate even before I could table the issues. Now, I have got limited space to do so and little time. Speaker, item 144, 123.5. Let me say the first one, Speaker, says proposed interim measures on the review of close protection officers' allowance. I think in this item, you'll also realize that it is a work directed towards ensuring that we address, but not limited to, some of the concerns that were raised by the Portfolio Committee with regard to all matters that relate to overtime. So this is one of those areas of trying to deal with issues of overtime. You know, I expose when you talk and whilst other speakers are on the table, and I'm going to do so. Beginning, next time I'll ask the speaker to make those that talk whilst others are talking to stand up, just to curtail and infuse discipline in this council. And I'll start home before I could go elsewhere. The second item, Speaker, speaks to tabling of the 2022-2024 IDP and budget process plan for approval. The MMC will go in depth to present this item. The third item will be tabling of the 2025-2026 service delivery and budget implementation plan and performance agreement of municipal manager and heads of departments for noting. 4 and 5, we said they will be combined, and you have the agenda was approved as such. So performance assessment for the performance assessment for the municipal managers, as well as performance assessment for the managers and accountable to the municipal manager. Item 6 will be councillors and employees' salary deductions due to arrears on municipal accounts. This matter served before the council. I think it's here again. And then 7 and 8, we said they will be combined. That is report on assets verification 2024-2025 and asset management policy. So that was agreed that they will be combined item. Then it will be item 10, submission of an agreement action plan to deal with matters raised by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee of COCTA and SCOPA that visited Free State on the 24th of July 2025. Item 11, Speaker, is noting of the interest written off by Val Central on overall amount in respect of the bulk water supply. The figures will speak to themselves there. And item 13 to speak to M Square roadmap implementation progress report. And as you ruled, Speaker, the item I think 150, item 12, that will deal with a report on the executive mayor on the appointment of a caretaker team at Centlec. I think the question was based on your ruling that it moved away from just being in committee, because this is an announcement that the public must also know about. So those are the items that I am putting before the councillors. But Speaker, can you allow me to echo the sentiments on the challenge that speak to water that was faced by our communities? I think our councillor was able to articulate on the rapidness with which the matter was attended to. I must indicate to the public of Mangaung that the challenge was insurmountable in nature and could not allow us to operate within the set turnaround time, given that we had to source all the necessary pipes and equipment that could help facilitate that the water is restored timelessly. We profusely would like to apologize to our communities on some of these challenges that we are facing, but at the same time, we would like to celebrate their cooperation and support during these trying times, and we wish that the example set by those communities that were affected would serve and would go a long way in influencing the attitude towards the support that we so need as the municipality. We'll work hard to realize that some of these challenges are attended in time, but we would like to thank those that really gave us the support under review. Thank you very much, Speaker. And those are the items that I'm tabling before the Council and Council.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. May I now acknowledge hands of those who would want to speak on item 1441. Councillor Lodred, Councillor Verveer, Councillor Sibolai, Egbani Paiva, Councillor Nkian, who's another one?
Councillor Swartz.
Councillor Swartz. Hey. Yeah, go there, bon. Ke bona le ba ipatileng ka ntle. All right, Councillor Bonji Tsoledi. That will be all for item 1. Let's proceed to item 2. On item 2, 1412. uh, Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Swartz, Councillor Sibulao, Councillor Denner, Councillor Machacha Mise, that's all. Item 3, Councillor Tukula, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Martins, Councillor Tikok, Councillor Machacha Mise. That concludes speakers for item 3. Item 4 and 5.
Speaker, apologies, me too, on item 3.
Item 3.
Yes.
Okay, item 4 and 5. Councillor Swartz.
Sorry, Speaker. No, you can't really see. Sorry. Our sympathies with you. Speaker, I would like to withdraw from 2 and then you just add me on 3, please. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, 4 and 5. Councillor Matabule. Councillor Matabule. Councillor Moray. Councillor Denner. Councillor Diaz. Councillor Mungale. Councillor Lechuko. Councillor Chart. That concludes speakers for item 4 and 5. Okay, item 5. Yeah, item 5. No, item 6. Yeah. Councillor Peter. Councillor Verviers. Councillor Swartz. Councillor Mongale. That concludes speakers for item 6. Item 7 and 8, one item. Councillor Lotrid. Bandlo. Lohle lapha.
Councillor Ramil.
Councillor Snyman. Councillor Ramil. Councillor Verviers. Councillor Sibulao. Councillor Danner, Councillor de Kock, Councillor Supi, Councillor Mogale. Councillor Peter.
Speaker, sorry, Ntate Mathai. Ne re batla ho utlwisisa fela o 7 and 8 akere. 6 o no so ikfitile. Butlempele ke bua le Ntate Mathai, not bon Ntate Mathai. Honorable Speaker, with due respect, can you please add Councillor Baba on item 6? Sorry for the
Item 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Are we done on 7 and 8? Councillor Swartz. That concludes our speakers on item 7 and 8. Item.
Can on 7 and 8 I withdraw and then Councillor Logan replaces me on 7 and 8?
On item 7 and 8. Okay, Councillor Logan. All right, item 9 is withdrawn. Any hand on item 10? Councillor Davis. Councillor Mutlambe. Councillor Mongale. Councillor Denham. Councillor Swartz. Councillor Sibolao. Councillor Kruger. Okay, that concludes speakers for item 10. Item 11. Councillor Kruger. Councillor de Kock. Councillor Swartz. Levy. Councillor De Hayes. Oh, that concludes speakers for item 11. Item 12 is referred back. Item 11. Item 13. Councillor Botma. Councillor Peter. Councillor De Hayes. That concludes speakers for item 13. Item 14 is referred back. And then item report on executive mayor on appointment of caretaker will be item 15 under open items. I will acknowledge speakers once that report is tabled because it is not part of your. Okay. May I now proceed with the first set of hands? Councillor Lotrid, your 5 minutes starts right away.
Thank you, Speaker. I acknowledge the mayor. It's his items that we're going to discuss. My first request is, can we consider installing a coffee machine right in front there with hot chocolate and different types of coffee? It will make it so much more durable for us all. I see people are getting coffee all the time. I thank you for accepting that proposal. Okay.
Let me place it under record that the relevant HOD corporate services has been entrusted with that obligation. It's an instruction.
Thank you.
To provide a coffee machine for. We don't have a coffee shop outside here, so if it will help as and when we take a break to refresh our minds, that we can easily have access to that. Tate Duma, do you want to take an oath or affirmation? So help me God. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the Mayor, we had a Section 80 committee on this point, and we had an opportunity to deliberate what was said, what was on the table. But when I came back, we actually skipped a lot of small things. So what I'm about to raise is just a few questions and a few notes that I made. The first one, the intention with curtailing uncontrolled overtime spending is good. We acknowledge that. It could also bring certainty to work conditions of the incumbents. How this will affect the professionalism of the incumbents, we don't know. I would have wanted to have a reliable and representative feeling amongst all role players. I don't know. I don't know how they feel. The incumbents themselves, couldn't they have made a better contribution or come up with a better idea? It's just maybe the mayor knows that information. Maybe he has got more information. I would have asked the sponsor to provide me with a mini budget and perhaps a graph that would highlight potential savings against actual spending history. I would have made sure to use this document as a control instrument to monitor expectations. In other words, what I just say is that you cannot actually consider something without actual figures. Say that this is what we spend on overtime for these incumbents. Over the next 12 months, if we pay them a flat rate, this is how much we will save, and then we monitor that. Okay, the third point, I would have also wanted a full and comprehensive legal opinion on compliance with the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, other related acts, as well as possible conflicting aspects in the collective agreement. I'm not sure if we currently are paying danger pay. There is no reference in the proposal, and nor did it form part of the benchmark study that was done. That the work is dangerous and stressful is indeed the case. They basically sign for the lives of those they protect. To submit this recommendation, the fifth point that I want to make is that to submit this recommendation through the LLF process is indeed a legal requirement and will indeed provide certainty pertaining to legal compliance as mentioned earlier. I trust that a full report pertaining to this matter will indeed form part on the final proposal to Council for consideration. Perhaps the Mayor can provide clarity from the floor pertaining to the envisaged saving on overtime and the other uncertainties as raised by the DA. This is perhaps a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Verveer.
Speaker and fellow councillors,
The Freedom Front Plus have carefully considered the item, the proposed interim measure on review of close protection officers' allowances. While we recognize the importance of ensuring safety and security, we cannot support the recommendation for the following reasons. Number 1, excessive increase in allowances. The proposed adjustment amounts to R10,437.44 per employee, broken down into personal allowance of R8,000, a uniform allowance of R1,410, and a danger allowance of R1,026. This is a significant additional financial burden on the municipality at a time when our communities are struggling with service delivery backlogs, failing infrastructure, and economic hardships. Number 2, misplaced priorities. Our residents are asking for basic services, reliable water, electricity, refuse removal, and safe communities at large. Instead of addressing these core issues, we are being asked to approve special allowances for a select few officers. This does not align with the urgent priorities of our citizens. Number 3, lack of transparency and sustainability. The report indicates that these allowances are linked to collective agreement annual increases. This means that costs will continue to rise year after year, without any clear plan on how this municipality will sustainably fund them. We risk creating yet another long-term financial commitment that will drain our already limited budget. Number 4, process concerns. While the recommendation should suggest that the matter still be subjected to LLF processes, we believe it is premature to approve any interim measures without a full transparent review and a proper financial impact assessment. Council should not be pressured into rubber stamping increases before due process has run its course. Speaker, for these reasons, the Freedom Front Plus cannot support these recommendations, and we stand with our communities who demand fairness, accountability, and responsible spending of public money. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swallow.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the EFF wants to state categorically that it does not reject the recommendation outright, but to interrogate them thoroughly. For the people of Mangaung, Mangaung, they deserve nothing less than accountability, transparency, and fairness in how public funds are allocated. At the outset, let us remind ourselves of the wise words of Frantz Fanon, who said, I quote, "Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it," close quote. Our mission as this council is not to betray the trust of people, but to guard their resources jealously. We know the proposed adjustment to close protection officers, we note the proposed adjustment to close protection officers allowance, the personal allowance of 8,000, uniform allowance of 1,410, and danger allowance of 1,026 rand, bringing the total to adjust over 10,437 per officer per month. We are against ensuring that workers, including CPO, are fairly compensated for the risk they face. In fact, the EFF always stood firmly for workers' rights, dignity, and safe working conditions. However, we cannot ignore the pattern of this always wanting to loot, even via the most basic services, and now even via security guard and their allowances. We are concerned that this process may once again open door for exploitation of municipal resources under the disguise of protection and allowances. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, the benchmarking exercise referenced in the report raises serious concern. Questions. Why benchmarking Mangaung against Johannesburg, eThekwini, Cape Town, Ekurhuleni? These metros are structurally, economically, and financially in a completely different league from Mangaung. The dynamics cannot be equal to ours. we expected to see Nelson Mandela Bay Metro included in their benchmarking. That is a metro that is like Mangaung, shares similar development challenges, financial constraint, service delivery, backlog. By excluding it, the benchmarking exercise is both incomplete and misleading. It risks inflating expectation and misdirecting council to adopt allowance not align our local context. As the EFF, we must be clear. We support fair remuneration for close protection officers. We reject any attempt to use this process as another avenue to drain the municipality coffers. We call for benchmarking that is realistic and relevant, including municipalities of similar size and capacity, not just country's wealthiest metros. Honorable Speaker, we urge the Council to approve allowance only if they are in line with Mangaung financial realities and only after proper benchmarking that include Nelson Mandela Metro and other municipalities with comparable dynamics. To quote Nelson Mandela, I quote, "A critical, independent investigating press is the lifeblood of any democracy," close quote. In the same spirit, the EFF takes up the role in this council to question, to expose and prevent any form of looting disguised as development. Let me not betray the people of Mangaung. Let us ensure that every cent of the money is used with integrity and accountability. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sbola. Councillor Nkiani.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Let me acknowledge the presence of Executive Mayor Ndate Gregory Ntatisi, Deputy Executive Titi Odile, Chief Whip Nikelo, Honorable Councillors, the media, and the community of Ward 43, Dumelang. The necessity of close protection officers to have personal allowance, uniform allowance, and danger allowances is because they play a crucial role in protecting high-risk individuals. And also it's important for them to get justifying additional compensation packages, whereby they face difficult situations and also the risk they sometimes undertake. By giving them those allowances, they will improve or boost their moral and performance, how they do their jobs daily. And it will also enable them to provide better security services. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I urge fellow councillors to approve their recommendations as they are. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkiani. Councillor Sibongile Tsoledi, you and my mom share the same name. What was a little bit of mother?
Re ke lebohe Speaker, ke ise hlompho ho Executive Mayor, letsoho la hae mme Lulama Odili, di MMC kaofela ka kakaretso, le makhanselara a Mangaung kaofela ka kakaretso. Speaker, e re ke qale ke hlalose dipotsong tsa Ntate Lottery. Potso ya hae o botsa ka taba ya hore na ana re le masepala re patala danger allowance na. Yes, the answer is yes. Currently, we are paying the danger allowance to the general workers in the technical services, law enforcement, fire, and also to the traffic one. So it's not something that is new. Hence, we are bringing, but for those who are in the VIP protection unit, we were not paying this danger allowance. And they are working under extreme conditions of danger, hence the introduction of the danger allowance. On the issue of let me welcome your contribution on the issue that we really need to monitor the spending of this unit. We'll definitely do that. We'll monitor and we are going to report back. I think in the Section 80 committee, we have made a commitment that every month we are going to be submitting a report in terms of the total spending of overtime in the whole Department of Public Safety and Transport. Because the total spending is not only affecting these ones, but with the VIP protection unit, it was more than any other unit within the department. Basically because the hours that they are working depends on the program of the person that they are protecting at that time. So we find ourselves paying a lot of overtime to them. And by bringing this personal allowance, it is a hurry. Riske ra hlola re patala tjhelete e ngata jwalo ka ne re patala tjhelete e ngata, Speaker. Ha re sa tla hlola e re ke etse mohlala. Ka kgwedi ho na le di-VIP protector o mong mohlomong o sebeditse 60 hours. Ka kgwedi ne re patala tjhelete e mane ho bo 22,000 to 30,000. So now that re tlo patala these allowances, e kgona hore tlisetsa tjhelete back to the institution other than re sebedise tjhelete e ngata. Actually, there is a saving in terms of us implementing these allowances that we will be implementing, because we were paying a lot of overtime depending on how many hours that an incumbent has worked in that month. Yes, it is in line with the basic conditions of employment. We have consulted thoroughly. It is in line with what they're supposed to get. We have also consulted them, Speaker. We did make consultation with the relevant stakeholders that are affected and even those that are not affected but can contribute in making sure that we achieve this. Our intention, as per the instruction of the Executive Mayor, is very clear. We need to deal with the issue of the overtime. So the introduction of the shift system that was adopted by this House is difficult for them to can work the shift system. Because if they were working the shift system, it means they were going to be in that bracket of a 27% of an allowance that is added in their salaries. But with this introduction, it means they are not working, they are not shift workers, but we have this flat rate. Whether a person has worked for more than the hours that are prescribed, but the agreement is there is this flat rate for everyone. Vivier, it can be premature. When we seek to address consequence management, it cannot be premature. This is the right time where we are addressing the issue of the overtime. And this is the opportune moment for us as a department to make sure that the overtime that is being paid, we deal with it decisively. So it can be premature. It's not even an additional burden in the fiscus. Actually, it seeks to respond to the huge amount that we are taking in terms of the overtime from the fiscus. Therefore, Speaker, some of the questions, Speaker, we are going to respond to them and send them. I'm looking at the time and jealous of the time. We really request this council to allow us to interimly to implement these measures. And we will come back and report to the council once it has gone to LLF. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam. May I now, that concludes, councillors, the debate on this item. May I now see those in favor of the recommendations as proposed for adoption by Councillor Nkian. Point of personal clarification.
Thank you, Speaker.
Personal explanation.
Is it not for noting, but you can give us your guidance? Thank you.
It's for noting, Councillor Tsuleti. Approval. Okay, no, it is for approval. May I see hands of those who second the item for approval? Thank you. The majority has it. Thank you. We will then proceed to the next item. The item is adopted. The second set of speakers on this item is Councillor Swartz or Councillor Sibulao.
Honorable Speaker, Councillors and the people of Mangaung. Honorable Matai, the EFF engaged this IDP document with the seriousness it deserves. Year after year, we sit here and are presented with the same kind of paperwork polished for compliance with the Municipal Systems Act and MFMA, but empty of true progress. These documents follow the same format with the same recommendation, the same language, and the same promises. This is not governance. It's a ritual of recycling. Yes, the laws are followed, but laws are not end of themselves. They are framework for transformation. What the people want is not an annual cut and paste IDP, but proof that last year's commitments were honored. Where is the evidence of measurable progress and previously identified priorities? The EFF insists that every IDP must include section that reports outcomes and impact from the previous cycle. Otherwise, we are simply ticking boxes while the people remain without water, housing, and jobs. We know that the recommendation approval, submission to MEC publication are purely procedural, but Mangaung is drowning not in procedure but failure. Communities must not only be consulted, their inputs must shape the final plan. The EFF proposes that municipality produce a feedback and a response report after consultation. So residents residents should know exactly how their voices influence the budget and IDP. Without this, consultation is nothing but a performance. On legislation, the MFMA requires strict timelines and schedule at least 10 months before the new budget year. Yet, year after year, these deadlines are not enforced. Dailies pile up and service delivery collapses. It is useless to code the law if the law is never lived. The EFF demands quarterly compliance monitoring reports, not only to tick off milestone, but to expose failure earlier and prevent end-year chaos. We also know the section on alignment with the NDP, the medium-term strategic framework, the FSG DS, and the SDG. This sounds impressive on paper, but where is the measurement? How much of Mangaung budget directly advanced poverty reduction? What water access or sustainable infrastructure? The EFF calls on crosswalk table. Each IDP priority must be linked to a specific NDP and SDG target so we can monitor actual alignment, not just rhetoric. The documents speak to performance management system, yet these reports are hidden inside the municipal offices. The EFF demands that PMS reports be published quarterly on the municipal website for residents to track. This would only build accountability, but also end of culture of secrecy. Our community participation, the municipality claims compliance, but how many residents actually participated, from which ward, and through what platform? The truth is participation remains narrow and selective. EFF proposes hybrid consultation in person and online, so that youth, informal workers, and those excluded from formal meetings can shape their municipality. Year after year, the IDP arrives with no innovation, no fresh thinking, no reflection. It is the same skeleton with a new date. That is why we say the IDP has been reduced to a compliance exercise, not a strategic tool. The EFF demands that lesson learned section in every IDP, where the municipality reports on failures, admit mistakes, and show how the plan was adapted. Only then will the document stop being an annual philosophy of the past, photocopy of the past. Honorable Speaker, our overall contribution is clear. The IDP budget process plan must shift from compliance to transformation. It must drive strategic delivery by linking budget to outcomers. It must guarantee transparency, clear reporting, It must empower community by showing that their voices matter, and must introduce innovation by reflecting, adapting, not cut and paste. The people of Mangaung deserve leadership that moves beyond paper compliance and into tangible change. Anything less betrayal, and the EFF will never allow betrayal of the people of
Time is up,
people's trust.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Denner.
Thank you, Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus thanks the administration for tabling this 26-27 IDP and budget process plan on time and in line with the relevant legislation. However, Speaker, while the process plan is important, what matters is the implementation of this plan. And too often in this metro, process plans become nothing more than a compliance exercise, a copy and paste job, with little connection to the real challenges facing our residents. The administration must go back to this drawing board and ensure that the RDP and budget are not just documents but living tools that address the metro's most pressing issues. Firstly, turnaround of our financial situation, and secondly, the restoration of basic service delivery in our communities. Speaker, the financial recovery and adequate service delivery will never be achieved without a proper, realistic and sustainable budget and IDP. Public participation is another area where this metro falls short. It cannot simply be one meeting per ward held at the end of the process as a tick box exercise. Public participation must be real, ongoing and meaningful. Proper communication with residents, businesses is essential, especially when it comes to proposed tariffs and policies that directly affect them. Only then the public contribute positively and raise their concerns in time to make a difference. Speaker, this will be the last full IDP and budget process until the current council. Let's treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Let's follow due process so that the next council inherits a proper, credible budget and IDP, one that can take Mangaung forward and not hold it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Machacha Mise.
Thank you, Motsamaiso Mosebetsi, Majoro wa Sebaka, Deputy Executive Mayor, Chief Whip, ba lekgotla kaofela, baahi ba Mangaung, baahi ba Ward 3, e re ke lebohe monyetla ona. Tabling of the 2026-2027 IDP and budget process plan. The IDP and budget process plan mandate that all involved parties, including communities, have an important part in every phase of planning. This process is not only intended for compliance purposes, but to ensure that the guidance provided by the executive mayor and this council achieve the desired outcome of a credible IDP and budget. The process plan not only focus on IDP and budget, but how this strategy and funding sources will be implemented and monitored. The key dates of the process plan is segmented into 5 IDP phases and includes all milestones that accommodate engagement with different stakeholders, such as business, civil organizations, and government. Ha ke kwala motsamaiso wa mosebetsi wa dipuisano, ke tlhalosa hore lena le tsamaise lena le hopole ke la ho qetela la lekgotla lena le reng ho lona, mme ha re khutla re tla nne re tswele pele ka mora dikgetho tse tlang. Le montsena tse hlano tse dutsing, jwale re tlamehile ho sebetsa ka thata le ho feta mona ka tseo ke tjhaela monwana tokomane ena ya majoro le dintlha tsa teng. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ndifuna uqala ngokuxhasa uCouncillor Machachamisa ngentetho yakhe yangaphambili ngokuthetha ngokugcweleyo ethethelela le nkqubo esingayo kule ntlanganiso yanamhlanje yokuthi sibe nkqubo yokuthi siqhubele phambili ngokuba sibe nento esinayo njengabantu abahlala becingela abantu balapha eMangaung ukuthi sizawuqala phi siphelele phi. I just want to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that this is the responsibility of the Executive Mayor as designated by the policy to provide political guidance on the budget process and the associated priorities that must guide the development of the annual finances. A process for developing these plans and strategies for Council's consideration is also intended to be outlined and provided by the IDP and the process plan. A single overall steering committee will serve as the central coordinator and guide for all processes thanks to the process. The plan's emphasis is to promote alignment between the IDP and the budget and SDBIP, which is the tool of monitoring of whatever that is happening, as the Council indicated that this document, if it can be implemented, definitely Mangaung will go far, which is essentially for municipalities to provide service effectively. All stakeholders, including communities, must play a crucial role in all planning stage according to the IDP and budget process plan. Elected leaders will be at the center of the process that are intended to provide the necessary political stewardship and create a social contract between the city and its residents. I therefore really, Honorable Speaker, support the approval of this plan and urge those who are supposed to implement to do that. But definitely the Committee of IDP will advise the Executive Mayor correctly in terms of the implementing of this document, and it will always sit for assessing and monitoring the implementation part. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Mayor. That concludes the debates on this item. May I now see hands of those in favor of the recommendations? Councillor Swartz.
Speaker, sorry, you forgot me. Yes.
My
I
sincere
put my hand up for 3.
My sincere apologies, Councillor. You may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, our fellow councillors, and the community of Mangaung at large. The Patriotic Alliance rises to address the SDP, the SDBIP and performance agreements presented to us here today. While we are asked to simply note these documents, the Patriotic Alliance finds it unacceptable to do so without serious scrutiny.
Yes, Councillor Chart.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the council is addressing the wrong item, or have we moved to item 3?
Yes. Councillor, we are still on item 2. You are on 3. We're still coming to item 3.
My sincere apology, Speaker, and the rest of the councillors in the House.
Thank you, Councillor. May I now see hands of those in favor of this item is for approval. Those in favor of the approval of the item? Thank you, Councillors. The majority has it. It will be recorded as such. May we then proceed to the next item, item number 3. You may proceed, Councillor Suarez, because we are on the platform. On item number 3.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance rises to address the SD BIP performance agreements presented to us today. While we are asked to simply note these documents, the Patriotic Alliance finds it unacceptable to do so without serious scrutiny thereof. The SDBIP is meant to be our performance contract with the public, outlining how we will spend every rand and deliver every service. Yet, the history of our municipality, Mangaung, shows a consistent failure to meet these plans, often with dire consequences, such as the 2024-2025 fourth quarter MFMA report highlighting underperformance in the revenue collection, where only 74% of the targets were met, alongside weak internal controls and governance failures that contributed to 278 million in irregular expenditure. These shortcomings have direct budget implications, exacerbating financial pressures under the 2025 and 2026 MTREF budget's emphasis on cost containment. The Patriotic Alliance proposes a commitment to tighter and more stringent measures for implementation and oversight this year, including independent audits of SDBIP progress to elevate beyond internal monitoring only. For too long, Speaker, in the House, these plans have been tabled and then forgotten. The Patriotic Alliance's questions are simple, yet critical to ensuring the accountability. What specific quantifiable metrics will be used to monitor the SDBIP's progress on a quarterly basis, beyond just simple noting of the report? How will we ensure that performance agreements of the municipal manager and heads of departments are not just signed documents, but are directly linked to the achievement of these SDBIP targets with real consequences for failure? Given that the SDBIP and performance agreements are to be published on the municipal website, what proactive steps will be taken to make this information easily accessible and understandable, if I can use the word streetwise, for the public? Who are the ultimate stakeholders in our performances? We must, Speaker and the House, move beyond more bureaucracy and toward genuine accountability. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tukula.
Okay. Let me start by thanking the party that has deployed me here, which is ANC, to give me an opportunity of presenting this item in this August House. Really, it's a privilege to stand here and present this item of Executive Mayor. Tabling of the 2025-2026 Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, SDBIP, and Performance Agreement of Municipal Managers and Heads of Departments for noting. The purpose of presenting this item is for Council to note that this item, it has a legislative framework on it and also the general information regarding the SDIP, SDBIP and performance agreements. The Municipal Finance Management Act of number 56 of 2003, section 53, subsection 1C of the National Treasury, and circular number 13 on service delivery and budget implementation, as well as circular 88 on reporting reforms, requires that municipality prepare SDBIP indicating how budget and strategy objectives of the council will be implemented. So therefore, this contract between administration, council, and community, it will help to give us an opportunity to express our goals and objectives set by the council as a contextual measures, targets that can be implemented by the administration in 2025-2026 financial year. So now it provides the executive mayor, it provides a link between executive mayor, council, and administration, and therefore to implement a monitoring tool that is assist executive mayor, council, and municipal manager, and senior managers and committee to monitor municipal performance on a quarterly basis. So when it comes to municipal scorecard, the top layer of SDBIP contained the consolidated service delivery targets in the year deadline links such as to top management. Only the top layer that will be made public and tabled before council as part of the SDBIP, the towns and areas information, particularly for the key expenditure in terms of capital projects and service delivery. So when it comes to the recommendation of this document, we recommend that the attached service delivery and budget implementation plan for 2025 to 26 financial year, as approved by Executive Mayor, within 28 days after approval of the budget. The signed performance agreements of the municipal manager and heads of departments. And 2025-2026 SDIP is submitted to National Treasury. 2025-2026 SDBIP and performance agreements are submitted to provincial COGTA for record, and SD and 2025 to 2026 SDIP, the performance agreements are published on the municipal website. Thank you very much, the Chair of the August House, as I sit down. Thank you. Okay, let me take those few seconds to say about Ward 30, H1, H2, H3, DG, Industrial Park. Hello.
And you, Councillor Tugula, Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. Councillor Tugula has made me to have stomachs in my, flies in my stomach. When he said, I would like to thank the party that have sent me here. And I was saying, I'm sitting next to President. If I don't say I would like to thank the party that have sent me here, I'm in trouble. But from African Alliance of Social Democrats, we always say we would like to thank the community that has voted us to come to this council. And we also want to emphasize that this SDBIP, which is a link between the council, the administration, and the community, it should serve the interest of the people of Mangaung. The beginning of this IDP, which is the IDP for the year 2025 to 2026, which is this financial year we are entering, you should only smell Mangaung from the beginning up until the end. A failure to that, it is a betrayal of the votes of the people of Mangaung. We hate nobody, we love ourselves, and we also believe that charity begins at home. It is not hatred, it is not an exclusion. It is a constitutional imperative endorsed by Section 153, subsection 1, paragraph C of the Constitution. I'm using that as a reference that communities who are listening, they can go to that reference, those who are having protest, so that that protest can be laid to rest. We hate nobody. There's not even a single village in South Africa that does not fall under a municipality. Even a house that is having only one citizen in it, it is having a municipality that is falling under. So we are not discriminating. We are saying all municipalities must look after the interest of their people. It's not hatred. I needed to emphasize that. Even if my time was up, I would be happy that I've emphasized that issue because it is important. The other issue that this IDP, SDBIP must address, it is the issue that we have been told. We have been told that there is a money that is coming from Development Bank of South Africa that is going to help us with where we lack with regard to leakages and all that. But we seem not to be getting progress to that effect. Maybe there is a report, but it has not been provided to the council so that we can be able to know what is the update report with regard to that intervention that was supposed to be capacity building. The issue of 2 fire stations that are in Bloemfontein that are not working, both of them. One has even become a church. Warapelo mono matwa sioni wetwa diseke. Kara fire station. Mohlomo mo tsheswa kona ka bakang mollo mare. The reality is those 2 fire stations have been built, they have become white elephants. And we have not yet accounted to our Auditor General why are the 2 fire stations not working. And Portfolio Committee has failed to pick up those 2 things when they were at Windmill Casino to say what is happening with the 2 fire stations that are not working in Mangaung. The issue of the old fire station, the one called Watinya Councillor Kondile Peter, that fire station is slowly dying. I'm always passing there and watching. I don't see any activity that shows that it's a fire station. And I'm afraid that it will end up dying a formal death and we'll start to see batho ba se ba kene mo ba entse ka ba dula mo and then bothi le yone ya vandaliziwa. I don't know what is happening with this municipality. The same thing happened ko Klein Mahasa, Arthur Nathan swimming pool, even though we were promised heaven and earth about it, but nothing is happening there. The Joe Solomon Stadium in Heidelberg, there is a crisis. Clive Solomon is also dilapidating. You go to just behind Twin City, up until the industrial side of East End. That area is so dirty. It's like there are no people that are staying there. But there seems to be no plan in trying to fix that crisis. The road of Studio in Bergman Square, where a trench has been dug, but there was no job that is done, but there is no accountability to this day that where is the money. The IPTN, where there was a depot that was built next to SPCA.
Time is up, Councillor.
Okay, let me finalize this. Where the SPCA, next to SPCA, then next to Mahungra, that depot is still not functional, but 60 million of the council has been wasted there. So those are issues that this council must try to deal with. Others, I'll write them down and then I'll submit them for as questions that needs to be answered by relevant committees. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Also, what you made it a sponsor.
No, I wanted to greet everyone in Mangaung because in every street and village and valley in Mangaung, I belong there. And I'm claiming the space, even next to Whip's house. I'm claiming the space there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martins.
Extremis malus, extrema remedia. Desperate times call for bold measures. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, fellow councillors, and members of the media and the community at large, I want to echo what Councillor Sebalao and Councillor Denner said before me, but I want to take it a bit further. We stand at crossroads, and the time for recycled papers and rhetoric is finished. Our municipality is in crisis, and crisis demands courage. If we are to restore Mangaung to its rightful place as a thriving, functional metro, we must act decisively and without delay. Let me be clear. It is a moment for bold proposals and brave leadership, and thus, I offer the following recommendations. I do, notwithstanding recognize the financial recovery plan that we are in and the austerity measures that were incorporated. But it's not enough. We should consider Mangaung as a business in distress. We must approach our municipality as one would a company on the brink of collapse. And that means implementing a structured rescue strategy led by a multidisciplinary and multi-party committee. And we should include business leaders with a reputation for proven turnaround strategies. And then we should cut all non-essential spending. No beautification projects of R1 million, no 6 million rand for the zoo. We must simply focus on basic services because we cannot afford those luxuries. Then we must call a moratorium on all new developments for 3 years and focus on rehabilitating existing infrastructure, roads, water systems, electricity. Then we establish a municipality rescue bank account, a dedicated account, to ring-fence all funds raised for the rescue effort. And then, what do businesses do that are in distress? You dispose of underutilized assets. Now, Honourable Speaker, please, through you, I ask the Honourable Executive Mayor to just briefly close his ears for the next proposal. We must sell the land currently occupied by the zoo. That prime property, approximately 150 square meters, could be auctioned to attract foreign and local investors for mixed-use development. Consider this, the Loch Logan waterfront spans about 80,000 square meters and would cost 4 billion rand to build today. A reserve price of 200 million for the zoo is not unreasonable. Now imagine the economic stimulus from student housing, commercial spaces and entertainment hubs. And then we channel all those proceeds from these measures into a rescue account. And then, lastly, we focus on 4 areas only with that money. Water losses. We eliminate the staggering 50% loss in water revenue. Wastewater treatment. We rebuild and upgrade all plants to meet demand and environmental standards. Energy infrastructure. We modernize Centric and we invest in solar because we want to be moving away from Eskom. We don't want to be dependent on Eskom the whole time. And then the roads. We repair and maintain our roads. We ring-fence all our revenue from asset sales. And then the rates and taxes, we keep on putting into that money to ensure long-term sustainability. Honourable Speaker, the residents of Mangaung are bleeding. They are tired of broken promises and failed systems. Through you, I appeal to the Honourable Mayor. This is your moment, Honourable Mayor. Your name can be etched in the history books as the champion of renewal or the caretaker of decline. If you take these bold steps, we will support you. But if you do not, rest assured, the residents of Mangaung will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martins. Councillor de Kock.
Honourable Speaker, the House and Mangaung residents. Hierdie SDBIP wys duidelik dat daar erkenning is vir die kritieke toestand waarin Mangaung se basiese infrastruktuur verkeer. Dit is positief dat die grootste deel van die kapitaalbegroting nou na waterdienste, elektrisiteit en tegniese dienste gaan. So moet dit wees, want sonder water, elektrisiteit en 'n bruikbare padnetwerk kan geen stad funksioneer nie. Ons verwelkom ook die feit dat daar konkrete kwartaalteikens is. Dit maak dit moontlik vir ons as raadslede om die administrasie verantwoordbaar te hou. Maar Speaker, ons kan nie net bly wees oor wat op papier staan nie. Hierdie dokument is vol beloftes sonder waarborge. Te dikwels word 100% teikens gestel vir dinge soos minute en agendas wat niks met werklike dienslewering aan inwoners te doen het nie. En op kritieke terreine, soos menslike nedersettings, is daar eenvoudig geen begroting. Dit beteken behuising word weer eens afgeskuif na ander sfere van 'n regering. Ons moet ook eerlik wees. Hierdie Metro se finansiële posisie laat nie ruimte vir sulke groot kapitaalbestedings nie. Met 'n skuldlas en swak invordering is daar 'n ernstige risiko dat hierdie projekte bloot droomplanne bly. And Speaker, the biggest problem, this plan says very little about day-to-day service delivery. Our voters are not asking for nice annual plans. They are asking for their garbage to be removed, for sewage not to run into the streets, for potholes to be repaired, infrastructure to be maintained. The SDBIP is almost silent on this, or they are just vague and unrealistic targets. The Freedom Front Plus will continue to hold this metro to practical, tangible service delivery, rather than political plans that look good on paper. We ask that the executive focus on what our people experience daily. Water in their taps, electricity that's stable, streets that are drivable, and a city that is managed with discipline and accountability. Hierdie raad het 1 vol jaar oor om 'n verskil te maak. 'n Trein kan net as 'n trein funksioneer as al die trokke en die lokomotief saamwerk. Sonder enige een van hulle is dit onvolledig en verloor dit sy doel. Kom ons vat hande en laat die plan werk. Ek dankie.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chard.
Thank you, Speaker. I see we are at least on first name basis, so I'm happy. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that the SDBIP does try to comply with the national frameworks for KPIs, this plan fails to ensure that performance evaluation aligns with the needs on the ground. While there are some detailed projects, it does not incorporate community satisfaction, real service delivery on the ground, and aims at mere compliance and improved audit results. The evidence proposed for KPIs are often weak and unreliable and process-driven, while it focuses merely on a few specific outcomes without incorporating the experience of residents on the ground. Our systems need to be professionally digitized and automated in an integrated manner as a matter of urgency. This will already make this type of KPIs that are satisfaction-driven easier. It also needs to be more specific without being too extensive. I know it sounds not easy to do. It isn't, but you can do it. As an example, while it is important to align national guidelines, our targets need to be aligned with the needs, like the closure of the northern landfill site, on which there was a meeting just the other day, which is a burning point, but it is missing on the KPIs of the HOD. In cities that both have delivery on the ground as well as clean audits, a much better KPI would have been all actions listed in the 2025-2026 approved waste management plan must have been successfully implemented. And that incorporates a number of things you can measure, and you can see if they have been reached or not, and it also improves planning for numerous years. It's specific, it's measurable, and it should have detailed actions in the plan that are budgeted and planned to be implemented. It can be easily accessed and accountability can happen. Or quarterly meetings and functionality of the waste management forums for each landfill. That's another example. Therefore, the DA urges the management and political leadership, specifically driven by the mayor, to use the IDP representative forum that we just approved in the process plan, which has to ensure that the targets that are set for each department and HOD in the next round of STBIPs are aligned directly with the satisfaction of ratepayers and residents on the ground, and that this satisfaction is accurately measured and assessed as part of the KPIs. This is the only way to align the performance of top management with the actual outcome our residents experience on the ground. Whether DA governs where Majoro was in this week with the Mayor of Cape Town at Salga, the balanced scorecard approach is successfully implemented, and an online dashboard of the evaluation of each top manager is published online quarterly to measure them against very comprehensive, clear and measurable outcomes that include the satisfaction of residents we serve with key services in the city, including transport, safety, infrastructure, waste management, water supply and pothole repairs. Lastly, Speaker, through you, Majoro, I hope when you met the Mayor of Cape Town that you were able to see that kind of support that he has from the administration and how easy that can make your job. Although the Mayor himself is very dynamic and a very hard worker, that side in Cape Town also. But if you have an administration that supports you, it makes you even look better, much easier. So I hope you will bring some of the things that are helping them that side to Mangaung. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, you can take this opportunity and greet your constituency in Willows. Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Jart. Councillor Machachamisa.
Akilebo motsamaiso mosebetsi. Tabling of the 2025-2026 Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan and Performance Agreement of Municipal Manager and Heads of Department for noting. The Executive Mayor tabled this item in line with the provision of Municipal Financial Management Act and the recent approved 2025-26 IDP and budget by this Council. As indicated in the previous item of IDP and budget process plan, this is the second and last service delivery and budget implementation plan of this Council, and hereby request that all identified projects and its allocation be implemented as intended, and results must be visible within our communities. This service delivery and budget implementation plan should not be a document that will later be revised due to non-spending or funds returned. Tšhelete ena tshwanetse e sebedise ene e sebedisetse setšhaba sa rona. Ha re batle tšhelete tla kgutla. This community are trusting in this council, especially under the leadership of the executive mayor, with the responsibility of providing service within a reliable. As I conclude, the signed performance agreement must not just be a signed document that won't yield results. And as such, as the whip of IDP, together with my committees and deputy mayor, performance committee, I give my full support to our community to ensure that accountability from those entrusted with service in our community. The report of the executive mayor is noted and supported.
Thank you, Councillor Lebetse batho ba Silver City. Now, that concludes the debates, councillors, on this item. Since the item was only for noting, we will then proceed to the next item. Or may I acknowledge the Deputy Executive Mayor?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wanted just to indicate to honorable councillors that we heard what they've said, and I think this document it tried to deal with those matters. And I also want to indicate that it's not easy to sell a historical tourism pride of Mangaung. I really don't understand why Councillor Martin had to come with that. Because to sell a land or a heritage site of Mangaung is not just an easy thing. Remember, we are fighting to make sure that the zoo get open. And definitely this council give the executive mayor a mandate to make sure that the zoo is open. Now the processes are far, Councillor Martin. It's not possible for the council to really sell the zoo. And I just want also the councillors to understand that in terms of the law, both SDBIP and the sign agreement, definitely they must be submitted in the council and they must be submitted by the executive mayor. And also to remind you that we have a SDBIP strategy. If you remember the document, it does have Circular 88, where it clarifies per department's projects that are there. Now we mustn't worry because now and the committee, we bring this document because we felt that there's nothing that we're hiding. Executive mayor is not hiding anything. We need to make sure that everything that we raise in the SDBIP document and they align with the agreements that are in front of us. Because when we assess the HOD or different department, we assess them accordingly to the alignments of their work to the SDBIP. Now we must just understand that, honorable councillors, we need to fix issues that really we are behind as the city too. And it's not even good that we always talk about clean audit and refer to other municipalities that they do have a clean audit theoretically, but practically in other areas you don't see that clean audit. Now it's better today we are talking about service delivery and we are pointing areas as the city. You are making us to make sure that we deal with those issues. When we have a clean audit, yes, we are not picking areas that we felt that we say you have clean audit, but that area in Pelandaba, it doesn't show like it is happening in Cape Town, like it is happening in George. If you can go there, you'll see that in town it's very clean, it's very beautiful. Go where our people are staying, you will cry alone. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Executive Mayor. You may proceed. O batla ho dumedisa batho ba kae, Deputy Executive Mayor? O ka qala ka vuka wa nyelela.
Well, Speaker, so that you shouldn't ask me who I should greet, I want to greet the people of Mangaung. Let me, Mr. Van der Walt, you know, Councillor, I went to Cape Town. I indeed met with other mayors. Unfortunately, it was from where I was sleeping to the Civic Center into the meeting. The arrangement is similar to this one, so not much was exciting, except to say it was like a Civic Center, more or less like where we are. mayors of all equal status and from metros. But in and around the city, I saw where our money went to from this province. I saw that, and I raised it in the meeting. I raised it in a sense that one mayor in Gauteng was saying he's got 360 informal settlement. And one mayor asked about opportunities. I said, there would not be much opportunities in these inland metros because the monies from all those inland metros are one direction. Unfortunately, I said it before, the mayor of the city, where he's the recipient of our money from our farms, from our businesses, in the cities where we come from. So that we did raise successfully. But I saw that. But I went to Cape Town last week, not yesterday. Last week I was also there. And I collided with rugby, so I did not have a place to eat. So they took us to Chisanyama in the township. I ended up not eating. I thought we had sewer spillages. Comparatively speaking, our situation in Cape Town is different, completely different. You jump sewer spillages in the township in Cape Town. We do not jump that anymore in Mangaung. So we must compare and contrast, not with regard to inner city. What I saw in town was trucks that I try feed people with water, cleaning the street. I saw that. That was immaculate. But those trucks, I think should have been converted to imbibe the sewer in the township first before they can clean the street in town. So I saw that in Cape Town, and I was so shocked. Then, Speaker, I asked myself a number of questions. And when I was sitting here, and my big brother was talking about selling the zoo. Speaker, I remember when I grew up, I was under the impression that the lion could be the size of this room we're in. Because I never saw a lion in my upbringing, and that Mukwena would support me on this one. I never saw a lion. I never thought I would see a lion. And I thought it was a humongous thing. That Mukwena is a pharmacist. I really wonder how did he succeed. He's a genius, I must tell. Because the experiment that we're doing during that time were done through drawings. There were no utensils and equipment as compared to other schools. So you would draw. If you don't understand those drawings that lucky, you are going to fail. I remember doing an experiment called the digger dance on agriculture, the mixture of soil and the weight of ingredients from sand to loamy soil and others. There was no utensils. You are told, and you must understand that the heavier the ingredient, the lower it will go, and then they will follow one another by their layers. You must master those layers, you must draw them, and you must pass. I think if there's at any point when we came across a speaker, any at the university level and also punctuated. So some of those black fellows that made it in those space, I really celebrate them. It means they were genius because some of these things were not there. Now comes a move that we must sell a zoo, despite the fact that the deputy mayor says it's historical. Speaker, there's so much in Mangaung that we can utilize to accommodate ourselves. There are empty buildings in town that the municipality can buy. There are still other land that's privately owned that we can expropriate. Why take public property and want to use it for one single interest when so much is in wrong hands as we speak now? I think we need to go that route and understand where we come from. So I can understand, I don't think you are, I hope you are not expressing the entire view of DA. It was your own personal outlook in the council. But I also would not take you away from how DA does things because you are business driven. So that was a business outlook I can understand, but it's quite misplaced. Speaker, may I conclude this way, on a lighter note. When I was in Cape Town, I listened to a number of things, and there were people that were escorting each other to the airport. Kids were going to various places, others were going for the street dance and this and other Europe. So different people from different cultures were singing. And cultural expression came to fore. And then those that were coming from the township were singing revolutionary songs. Whether they were coming from, you could judge them by the remix that this revolutionary song is a remix. It could be EFF. This one is remix, could be something else, but this one is authentic. This could be ANC. Then I listened to those that were escorting our white kids. Only from the Freedom Front I could hear what they may term the revolutionary song. De la Rey, De la Rey. But I wanted to hear the one from those that were escorting the greater portion of DA. I couldn't hear any. At some point they were singing Joanna. Oh, Joanna. Then I remembered Logan. But Speaker, it was on a lighter note.
No, thanks, Major. No, in the past, we were made to draw a locust for 20 marks in an exam question paper. So there's this thing which was protruding. It was called an antennae. So sometimes you even forget to name it after a correct naming, antennae. You simply say it's an aerial. And you get it wrong. No, thank you. That was on a lighter note.
Just on a point of personal explanation.
Okay, Councillor Jard.
I'm glad the mayor listened to some of what I said, but it's clear that he was just listening with a political ear and looking how he can be on the defensive and try to defend the indefensible. But he didn't actually engage with the positive proposals we try to make. That's why we also don't always make positive proposals to actually improve things, because he doesn't listen to them. But I can tell you that I've been in Lotus Park, one of the most dense areas in Cape Town. And the situation there is dire. We all know that, because there's a lot of people moving to Cape Town, because the Cape Town economy is growing, there's jobs, and people want to be there. Whereas people in the past used to move to Cape Town and then leave their family in the Eastern Cape, they now take their families together with them. But Mr. Speaker, there's a massive difference in Lotus Park. Those people have hope that the people in Caleb Mochabe don't have. There's a center there, ECD center, that is a community development center that was developed by a non-profit company, but in partnership with the Western Cape government, with the Cape Town government, and with National Treasury and international funding. That center produces, through local labor, paving stones that the city buys for the Parks Department. They produce composting from the waste that they pay local people to go and collect the waste from the different houses, and they make compost, and then they have a food garden, and they have a massive ECD center. Just a few weeks ago, the Minister of Education was here, and she told us how important the education of the children from 0 to 5 and 7 is for the future of our country in 5 or 10 years. But it's very clear that Mangaung does not care about those kind of things. Every time we talk about digitization, people said, but Tabanshu will be excluded if there's supply chain management that's digital. But if you simply create a job center in Tabanshu, you create Wi-Fi activity, you create the ECD center, all in one, and you partner with the private sector, you're developing those people. That's the difference between what happens in Mangaung and what happens that side. I've been to Kuyasa Station. Don't tell me about the township. The Kuyasa Station toilets are clean.
Councillor Jard, I have heard you. Let me just draw your attention to that point of personal explanation. It will not constitute a speech because you are now delivering a speech. The administration, I trust that they've duly recorded your comments. And you have even gone over 2 minutes expressing your point of personal explanation, which is against Rule 37.2. May I now proceed to the next? In fact, that concluded the debates on that item. Since the item was only for noting, I would urge the House that we step off this item and proceed to a combined item, which is 4 and 5. And I have only 4 speakers on this item. Councillor Matobule, you are the first one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Councillors. Today I stand before you not to cast blame, but to raise a vital question that strikes at the heart of governance. How can a city manager be awarded high percentage on performance assessment while the departments under his leadership continue to falter? This is not a technical inconsistency. It is a moral contradiction. The reality on the ground. In Mangaung, our communities are grappling with inconsistent service delivery, financial mismanagement, infrastructure decay, administrative instability, and maladministration. This is not isolated issues. They are systematic failures that affect every household, every business, and every future plans in our metro. And yet, the very individual tasked with steering this ship, our city manager, has been assessed as having performed flawlessly. Leadership is not a solo scorecard. Leadership is not measured in isolation. It is not about ticking the boxes in a performance agreement. It is about outcomes. It is about the lived experiences of our people. If departments are failing, a high percentage score in the face of widespread dysfunction is not a badge of honor. The need for transparent evaluation. We demand transparent, independent performance evaluations, alignment between departmental outcomes and executive assessments, accountability mechanisms that reflect reality, not rhetoric. If the departments under city manager are underperforming, then the assessment must reflect that. Anything less is a betrayal of public trust. Let this moment be a turning point. Let us advocate for governance culture that values truth over optics, substance over form, and accountability over convenience. We owe it to the community of Mangaung to ensure that leadership is not just reward, but earned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moureng.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, colleagues, and the residents of Mangaung. Speaker, today I rise not to recite polite platitudes, but to deliver the truth that has been buried under bureaucracy, excuses, and glossy reports. We have before us the performance assessment that tells us 2 stories. One, self-congratulatory tale of 100% KPI achievement in the office of the city manager. While the city manager received a score of 4, performance is significantly higher than the standard expected in the job. Strong application of competency for policy, conceptualization, and implementation. However, the city manager failed miserably to adhere to council standing rules and orders. Rule 38 questions are not answered, motions are not tabled in council, and proposers are not informed as to why. Council resolutions are not implemented like establishment of the Ombudsman, recommendations from the MPEC annual report, the IPTN forensic report from the National Treasury. The list goes on and on. The other is a lived reality of collapsing infrastructure. Dry taps in the Westdorp, Pastanesres, Wepena, Botshabelo, Soutpan, and Tabanchu. Broken fleet, overflowing pig toilets that has got worms. What a disgrace. Uncollected refuse that has been continuing for the past few weeks. And communities are just abandoned to fend for themselves.
Point of personal explanation.
I just want to understand from the Honorable Councillor where in Botshabelo where there are dry taps.
All right, can I guide? Let's allow the speaker to conclude. A point of personal explanation can only be raised at the end of the speech.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the very same place where the people have blocked the roads with stones. If you want to answer better, can sit down and then can answer for me. I'll be much obliged. Honorable Speaker, if I may
let me take, is that the point of order?
Yes, Speaker, point of order. Honorable Councillor is misleading the Council. There are no dry taps where the people have blocked the roads. There's water there, you can go even now. Even yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I may proceed. Maybe that is why the whip party meeting did not sit. The whip went to make an oversight. If the city manager's office is scoring 100%, yet the citywide performance leaps at 63%, then either our metrics are a lie or our leadership is disconnected from the ground. Either way, the people are being deceived. Either this document is a confession by the ANC to inform the residents of Mangaung of their evident failure to run this municipality. We need to look under the following points, Speaker. Governance failure. For the first time in 10 years, and I'm very thankful that it happened, HOD performance assessment were not conducted. This is not progress. It is an indictment. Service delivery paralysis, Speaker. We are told about weekly management meetings and microstructures approved. Yet, in our own townships, water leaks run for weeks. And if you're not certain about this, Chief Whip, you can ask Councillor from Ward 49 and 39. They will attest to this. Refuse piles up. You can also ask them again. They will attest to this. Toilets are overflowing, the so-called VIP toilets. You can ask them again in the caucus meeting. They will attest to this. The fleet that is meant to serve our people is either packed, broken, or missing. It takes almost 5 weeks for a tire to be fixed. 100%. Meetings do not fix potholes. SOPs do not deliver water. Financial mismanagement. The financial recovery plan is waved like a magic wand. But without transparent quarterly reporting to this council and this public, it is nothing but a political prop. Supply chain management remains a choke point where agency goes to die. Empty promises. We are told procurement is underway. Underway is not delivery. Underway does not quench thirst. It does not empty pit toilets. Underway does not restore our people's dignity. The DA's demand, when I speak, I'm sorry. The DA's demand, when I speak, smart KPIs for every department should be in place and should be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. They need to be tied directly to service delivery outcomes. Quarterly public progress reports on financial recovery plan must be tabled in this chamber. Emergency procurement for water, sanitation, and fleet in the towns that I have mentioned should be done with proper oversight. A moratorium on bonuses. The technical was 8 on my time. May I conclude? Like I team,
Okay, Councillor Whip, do you still wish to rise on a point of personal explanation?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. May I continue?
Yeah, you can continue.
I think, Honorable Speaker, the honorable member was just maybe happy to make a statement or rather make a speech in this August House. The reality of the matter is that there is water all over Botshabelo, and it is not true that there's no running taps where people are staying. And secondly, it cannot be true that people, they have closed the road yesterday because of the water. We were there, we were on site yesterday. We spoke to the community. None of them mentioned that. In fact, people who closed the street yesterday were faceless individuals who could not even be identified. So we must just be factuous when we are addressing the August House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I proceed to the next speaker? Councillor Denner.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I sit here amazed. For the first time in many years, the municipality's management team is not receiving performance bonuses. And yet the service to our people has been no better or worse than before, when bonuses were still happily handed out. Year after year, this municipality has been marking its own homework, patting itself on the back while our community suffer. So I must admit that for once we used common sense and not agreed on marks that pays the management team bonuses. Further down in the document, mention is made of full competency. And scores of between 73% and higher, 73% and 100%. And I must ask, how can a municipality in a state of collapse still produce a 74% and higher rating for any manager? What kind of system declares competency while service delivery fails every single day? And most importantly, who exactly benefits from the scoring? Because it's certainly not the people of Mangaung. Speaker, this council owes the public accountability, real accountability. The score on this manager's KPIs, performances, should be directly reflected in the service delivery that the people of Mangaung receive. And we all know we're not receiving mid to high percentage on service delivery. So even this marks is still not on par. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor De Hayes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Tatamatai, without wasting any time, and Honorable Councillors, let me take this opportunity through you, Honorable Speaker, to acknowledge the work that has been done by HOD, Ntate Khamanyane, and MMC Bongi. Botshabelo and Tabanchu, the streets are clean. They were saying, city is in the house. Keep doing the work, the job that you are doing, officials. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The results of the first quarter 2024-2025 once again confirm that the people of Mangaung already knows that municipality is in deep governance crisis. Corporate services limping at 51% and the financial collapsing at 48% are not just statistics. They are the true reflection of administrative paralysis that directly undermines the service delivery and the financial health of Mangaung. The EFF has always warned that the failure to enforce accountability will reduce the municipality into a state of permanent dysfunction. The Auditor General has repeatedly saying the performance information is unreliable. Targets are not met, the money is spent unmeasurably. The question one results proves that the warning was taken to not seriously. The performance inequality across departments is very strong, Honorable Speaker. Public safety at 88% and technical service at 78%, showing that leadership, planning and resources can produce results. Yet finance, community service and corporate services all below 55%, continue to drag this municipality into collapse. The absence of uniform accountability system across the administration suggests misallocation of resources, weak oversight, and deliberate culture of neglecting a critical service delivery to the masses. The reality, Honourable Speaker, is that the community of Mangaung continue to live in uncollected refuse, like Ndate Baba earlier has alluded, water pipes bursting, potholes, now and then load shedding. The residents of Mangaung do not care about the percentages on the spreadsheets. All they care about is service delivery. They want clean water. Honourable Speaker, as the EFF, we then come before this August House for the following clear recommendation. One, Honourable Speaker, the collective action plan. Every underperforming department must take detailed corrective plan to council within 30 days with clear time frame and measurable outputs. 2, quarterly reports. Head of department performing below 60% must appear before council and account for their failure in every quarter. 3, strengthening finance and corporate services. These are the backbones of functioning municipalities. Treasury report and administrative reinforcement must be prioritized immediately. 4, community involvement. Ward councillors and ward committees must be given an access to perform reports. Service delivery monitoring must take place in the ground where people live. 5, learning from best practices. The success of public safety and technical service must be replicated across weaker departments. If some department, Honourable Speaker, can reach 88% and 78%, then why others are not reaching the very same percentage? What could be the problem? 6, the escalation of high authorities. Chronic underperformance cannot be tolerated in this municipality. The MEC for COPTA and National Treasury must intervene when departments repeatedly fail to do their job. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The EFF will also not allow Mangaung to remain as a symbol of failure. We will continue to expose underperforming. We will continue to demand accountability. We will continue to stand with the people who suffer daily from the incompetence of the administration. It is not enough to draft documents and present it glowly, Honourable Speaker. We demand results. We demand accountability. We demand service delivery. The time for excuses are over, Honourable Speaker. Now is the time for consequence management. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mungale.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Speaker, Dr. Matai. On this performance assessment, I got some shocks when I was reading the document. Especially when I read the document that deals with the panel that is evaluating the HODs. I saw a name of a person who was grilled by the portfolio committee there, the municipal manager of Lejwe-Leputswa, who confessed about mismanagement and who could not provide an answer except to say, we are a special municipality. He's in the committee. Maybe when Mangaung put him in the committee, he was seen to be one of the flagship of this province. But for now, I would humbly advise Executive Mayor to consider taking that name out, and we can get a name from CUT or University of Free State, just to give this process credibility. Because the two universities are in Mangaung, they can be able to pick up when services are provided, when city managers are performing, when HODs are performing. Because they are living here, they're with us. And it's easy to monitor services. Remember, once you say you have delivered a service, the executive mayor will not be able to go to HOD to say you said you have provided a new road, But the executive mayor can go to that street that has been flagged in the SDVIP to say the road has been finished. To say, where is the road here? Because I was expected to be here and to see a finished project. The issue I'm raising here is that I've seen people are getting good points. They are being given good points, starting with city manager. And the impression that is created here is that he's performing. But the impression that the reports of the council has given us, the reports of the council, not me, there is a problem with overtime that is presiding over. There is a new problem of cricket stadium that has been sold. It is an allegation of 100 million. It's worth more than 100 million, but it was sold with 3.5 million. Here I'm calling the executive mayor to say, if people are setting you up, you must stand up and be counted. And action must be taken. Remember, if you see anything that is wrong and you keep quiet about it, you are an accomplice. On the issue of labor peace, there's no labor peace in Mangaung. There is always the issue of protest. Sometimes they have closed the entrance. Councillors cannot even enter the place. There is also marches to say people are not happy. It means there is no labor peace. And trust relationship has been broken. And the political structure is the one that can be able to restore that trust if the administration is failing to do it. The issue of ghost employees, there have never been consequence management up until this day. The prisoners that are being paid, being honored for serving sentence in prison, saying, we are going to honor you more than the people who have not broken the law. And there are no consequence management to that effect. Indeed, we are in the gangster state, where gangs are being rewarded more than ordinary people. The failure of departments to work together, it is in the report of the council that we received last time. But municipal manager has been rewarded. Municipal managers litigating without council resolution, in certain instances overreaching, because you can't litigate without getting a council resolution. The failure to deliver services, this one, we know. We know there is an argument that when a mayor, you say, I also got to last week, every day. Rona ke gona re phela ka township re dule ka toropong re tlola every day. Sometimes I wish nka be le kae kae ko pla bo mimo se be ga le le tsana sa Afrikansane mo le kopanelo le tlole le lo. O ko le stake ka rayo. Failure to comply with mandatory financial recovery plan is part of the film that shows the municipal manager is failing. Failure to appoint the ombudsman, even though there is a council resolution, is reflect a failure. A failure to control the assets of the council, including Klein Mahasa and Arthur Nathan, is part of that evidence. Failure to trace 100 million that was flagged by acting CFO Ntate Siditi till to this day. It is part of your failures. And that tells you that you don't deserve even to be the city manager of this municipality. This metro deserves a better city manager.
Councillor. Councillor Chard.
Thank you, Speaker. It really is an indictment that this is the first time in at least 10 years that performance assessment reports have served in council or have at least been provided to councillors. And that explains exactly why our staff performance is where it is. However, we must acknowledge that the fact that it serves now is a very small step in the right direction. Well done. Once again, the timing of the report and the date of the assessment, 19 August, is very suspect. And this leaves me under the impression that this is at least in part due to the pressure that has been placed on political leadership by the Parliamentary Committee. The questions the DA asked in the Municipal Manager's Assessment in the SDBIP in the last council, as well as the statement we issued in this regard. And lastly, some very pointed questions that MPAC asked regarding the evaluation report panel and scoring. The questions asked in MPAC on 12 August, and this assessment report states that the evaluation took place on 19 August, 7 days later. And in record time after that, it's being submitted to council. And I'm not used to that happening. So it's suspect, but we'll leave that there. We can and we must build on and improve on the format, the content, and the accuracy of the KPIs and assessment criteria. And we need to ensure that the scoring of our EMT is aligned much closer with what clients experience on the ground day to day, our residents. The evaluation panel must ensure that the evaluation provides each manager with pointed root cause actions that need to be taken to drastically improve our systems and start having a real positive impact on the experience of our city service delivery on the ground. Then, lastly, our president has asked all South Africans to ask themselves questions. And we want to propose that Mangaung residents ask themselves very important questions. Such as how can the top paid 7 senior managers of Mangaung get assessments of mid 70% to 100% when we drive through potholes, have water running down our streets, we have Uber driver and taxi wars in our wards, in shopping centres. Our sewage infrastructure is collapsing. Our call center is not working. The wrong meters are cut off by debt collection and broken meters are not replaced for more than 2 years. How can our political leadership allow that? And when they get these still very average scores, why are they not under performance improvement plans with consequences for failures? Will these top managers now step up and ensure their line managers and the lower managers are also performance assessed, because it's not mentioned in the report, in a way that reflects the everyday life realities of our residents on the ground, failing which they must be shipped out with urgency. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swartz.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just on a lighter note, there's an Afrikaans wording that says, Logan, hy gaan mos so nê, as ons almal net kan saamwerk, hoe lekker sal dit wees? Want jou werk is my werk en ons werk is God se werk. In this case, if every one of us just puts our hands onto the plow, then everything that we're complaining about today in this council, it's all of us's work to see to it that we achieve the desired results. Then I want to say that was my first time in the Section 80 committee with MMC Bongi, Le HOD Khamanyani, where we roved and ran into the streets, going to check out the stores with the expired goods and. Yeah, I want to applaud them and say to them, thank you very much. It was an exercise well done and teamwork. And the meeting that we even had concluded on a couple of things, of which the item has also been moved, was very fruitful. And I do believe that if we do stand together and work together, that we will yield very positive results at the end of the day. Now, going to the item mentioned, Honourable Speaker, It is with great concern that the Patriotic Alliance addresses the performance assessment for our municipal manager. This agenda item highlights ongoing non-adherence to performance management and systems as flagged in the Auditor General's report, where internal scores often fail to align to external audits. The municipal performance regulations require a minimum of 130% for bonuses, yet assessments have fallen short, indicating a systemic problem in our governance. What does this tell us about the state of governance in our municipality, Mangaung? It points to a leadership failure where targets are not met and performance is subpar by the municipality's own measures. Now, the Patriotic Alliance has a few critical questions that really warrants answers. First, what are the specific areas of failure that led to our municipality manager achieving a score below the required 130%? Secondly, beyond simply withholding bonuses from him and the HODs, what consequence management is being implemented for this underperformance? Thirdly, the report notes that all recommendations of the panel will be monitored and implemented. Can our city manager provide an action plan with specific timelines for how these recommendations will be implemented to prevent future failures? When coming to our HODs, this is not a point of celebration. It is a stark admission of failure, with collective scores averaging below 130% threshold prescribed by the municipal performance regulations, resulting in no bonuses paid to. Our leadership can't achieve the AG report alignment because their performance falls short of every and of the very regulations meant to guide them, amid broader issues like lack of accountability and governance failures. To address this, Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance proposes adopting best practices such as balanced scorecards from successful metros. Now, Honorable Mayor Ndatin Tatisi, I didn't want to say successful metros like Cape Town because I didn't want to venture into that discussion again. With a 50% of appraisal weight on the AG alignment matrix for service delivery and financial compliance, the Patriotic Alliance has a few critical questions that demand answers, of which I have alluded to in the city manager's report, point number 1 and 2. But I then conclude with how will the recommended skills audit and training programs for HODs be rolled out with timelines to address capacity gaps identified in their performance agreements. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lichoko, you are the last. I was so demanding about to BSJ Gale ZCC.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, Speaker. Executive Mayor and the councillors, Lebatho ba Mangaung ke a le dumedisa. We are here today to confront the harsh realities of our departments. The recent assessment results, which were brought to the council for the first time, and almost every time in my presentation I would say we have to always reflect back where we come from. It's not everything that started yesterday, but we are running the race that has been ran before. But to continue with that, the assessment had revealed a significant challenge that requires our collective attention and the introspection thereof. As we stand at a crossroad, I'm reminded of Wisdom Proverbs of 29 verse 18, where there's no vision, the people perish. Without a clear vision, direction, and leadership, our department will continue to struggle. But I'm also pleased to report that our Section 80 committee has had a robust discussion involving all parties, where we demonstrated leadership and willingness to acknowledge the challenges we are facing for once. We have come together to recognize that we need to support our city manager and HODs in their roles. We have realized that it's essential to meet with the city manager and all the HOD to identify areas where we can assist to remove obstacles that hinder their performance. The African National Congress guiding principles of transparency, accountability, and people-centered governance are not just ideals. They are the foundation upon which was built on our administration. By embracing these principles, we can create an environment where our departments can strive and deliver results that benefits our community. There is a song, we are the one we have been waiting for. We are the change we seek. Let us embody the spirit of collective responsibility and work together to address the challenges we are facing. Let us draw inspiration from the philosopher of Ubuntu, which reminds us that I am because we are. Our success intertwined by supporting one another. We can achieve greatness. To our HODs, I urge you to reflect to your role as a servant of the people. Remember that leadership is not about power, it's about responsibility. The great philosopher Nelson Mandela once said, leadership is not about titles, position, or floor chat. It's about one life influencing another. Let us embark on a journey of transformation where we prioritize the needs of our community, where we strive excellence and we hold ourselves accountable for the actions. Let us draw inspiration from the words of Micah 6 verse 8. What does the Lord require? You but to justice and to love kindness and walk humbly with God. As we navigate these challenges, let us remember that every moment is a blessing from God. And in the midst of adversities, we must appreciate that we are important to the universe. Without us, the world will not be incomplete. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to the IDP, and performance team, particularly Ntate Mothege, second, for the timeless effort.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up.
I thank you.
That concludes the debate on this item, Executive Mayor.
Very much, Speaker. Let me not waste your time. Let me say, in a meeting where Salga called us, a benchmark was proposed. And in the process of discussing the benchmarking of, well, let me allow you to finish, then when you are done, you'll tell me. Are you done? Good. I was saying a benchmark was proposed, Speaker. And in that benchmark, an analysis was given. But I want to give that analysis in this meeting with regard to what we are from and where we are. You see, the councillor who's more African than who's African than some of us was on point to make an observation of the situation we're in. But the unfortunate thing is that when we started, he was not here. I found a number of councillors, but some of those that came after me, I think they've got little or no much to say with regard to where we were when I came here. But for a share of a bit of an information, Speaker, councillors were afraid to come to the council. The situation was unbearable. Lives of people were threatened. The movement was limited. The center was not holding. And the center is holding today. There is a law of nature that describes what we are in, from quantity to quality. We move from a quantitative arrangement that was here, we are progressing towards quality. There is a milestone in that. You don't just arrive at quality. That build-up must be taken into consideration. You assess and judge people on the basis of that progression. So the benchmark that was proposed was based on councillors and councillors who do well in their occupation, either as mayors, MMCs, or councillors, ward councillors and what. But we had to raise a very telling concern. Situations are not the same. When you do benchmarking, what you do say about a councillor who's in Botshabelo in Ward 34 as compared to a councillor somewhere in town who lives in an opulence and acclaimed community. You can't benchmark them the same. The yardstick must be based, as Speaker, on the strength of what is obtaining on the ground. So generally, what I'm trying to say to the council is that we might be as much as expecting more or much. The unfortunate is that the reality does not obtain the same. But the period also are not in similar situations. There is an acknowledgement by councillors to say, at least for the first time, we are assessing, officials. At least for the first time, we can say this, at least this and this. We're beginning to acknowledge that there is progression. Now, why should I make an assessment on a tail end based on progression? You judge people on the basis of what progression speaks to you at a particular time. Now, having said that, Speaker, we probably might be here, but we must remember where we come from. When I looked at the books when I became a councillor, there was an adverse background of Mangaung. With regard to the Department of Treasury and Finance, when I look at Mangaung where it stands now, you are at a low risk. Certainly that's progression. At least as far as I'm concerned, there is a movement from something to somewhere. I don't think we love ourselves. Or perhaps it's because we want to listen to ourselves more than we should leave ourselves at home and come here as councillors. When we are here, we are councillors. We are not ourselves. So please don't come and listen to yourself. You might probably represent a particular interest of a party. That I can't have a problem with, but state that is my party position. But once you want to listen to yourself, then that's another story. Where you demonstrate a degree of hatred, that blur your normal way of thinking. Perhaps because of your past experiences, I don't know. But I think let's not listen to ourselves. Let's listen to what the council expects of us and what the people of Mangaung want of us. And let's not give them impression on no progression even when it unfolds before you. Unless you are blind or you live somewhere in Jupiter when you are on earth. It was my take, Speaker, to say, yes, I take the criticism around the assessment. But the truth is, if you are scientific enough, you'll understand that at any ticking of the clock, at any moment where processes are unfolding, assessment must be made. And that assessment must be equivalent to the happenings of a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. That concludes.
Point of self-explanation.
All right, let me acknowledge you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor, would you say that with the challenges with refuse removal again this week, that we are going forward? Can you maybe please just enlighten us with what the reasons are that at every end of the month or the beginning of the month, there are challenges with the refuse collection? Thank you.
Thank you. Are you also rising on a point of personal explanation? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. I would like you, the Speaker, to direct the Executive Mayor every time when he stands up that he must respond to the questions that were asked. He must stop attacking people. We never stood here listening to ourselves. We raised facts. And if those facts were not correct, that was his opportunity to stand up to say, on this particular fact, Councillor Mongalo of African Alliance of Social Democrats, you are wrong. Here are the facts. You don't attack people because you've been given a platform. You must deal with issues that have been raised. If they are wrong, correct us. That is why we are here. And we'll listen. And we'll not stand up even disrupt you when you are speaking. Answer us when you differ with us, but don't attack us and call for unity. What kind of unity is that one? On the other side, you are calling for unity. On the other side, you are attacking people. It makes you a hypocrite. And it is not right for me to see you as a hypocrite because I have a relationship with you up until the next election. We are stuck with each other. We must find a way of working together. But this cannot be worked together, attacking people. I never came here to this council. I left my children, I greeted them when I left the door. I said, I'm going to the council. I knew I'm not going to represent my family. That's why I never mention my ID number when I speak. I know why I am here. We represent the interest of the people of Mangaung. If it is a sin to say everything that is done in this municipality must be done on behalf of people of Mangaung, I apologize to you, but not to the people of Mangaung.
Yes, you may respond.
Yeah, no, may I respond to Mr. Coates' Councillor Coates' question in this way? Ndade Coates, and even some of the issues that were raised with regard to what about this, what about that, and assessment. We did not do this assessment today for the council today. It's done days, weeks or months, even before coming to the council. It's an involved process. It's concluded. What is happening now belongs to an assessment come the next assessment. But the question is concrete. There are problems that are operational that are experienced on a daily basis. And those are problems that when resolved or not resolved, if they need the attention of the council, they will be brought before the council. But now that you have asked me a question, let me answer you. In addressing the issue around overtime and balancing system to make sure that the municipalities are accountable, part of what will happen is that change is not easy and cannot be adopted easily by those that it will apply on them. There will be resistance somehow, especially when it has to tap with their tomorrow or their resources otherwise. That could have come warranted or unwarranted. And what we are now experiencing is that in impacting change, we'll experience some hiccups here and there. Those hiccups are necessary, are normal. Those are called contradictions. So the long and short is that we are experiencing some contradictions in our strive to ensure that we stabilize municipality in terms of its financial resources when it comes to issues of work ethics and overtime. I think that's the case. So from time to time, we'll experience those, like we have experienced those in the past. But they become alarming. I seek the endorsement of the council in terms of the next step, I'll do so. But for now, I don't think we're unable to handle them. Only if they come beyond and they need attention of the council, I'll certainly come back and inform the council. I wouldn't answer you in that Mongale. I don't think I'm here for a dog's fight. But all I can say is that let's focus on applying our mind of what is on the ground. Don't come to the council and tell us, you see, why I answered that is because I appreciate he's talking to what is obtaining. Don't come and tell me that there's this and this and that. You don't even tell me where. Because the truth is, my responsibility is that when I leave this council, of what the councillors would have said, I will instruct otherwise to say, I'm told there is a sewer spillage, there is water that way and this and that. But if you come and make a general statement to excite a situation against the hard work that we are doing, I will certainly come blazing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes the discussion, Honorable Councillors, on this item. Since the items were only for noting, I would like us to step off those two items and proceed to the next item. Councillor Viviers.
Firstly, thank you for allowing me. Hopefully you will allow me further through you, Honourable Speaker. Executive Mayor, then just one question, and thank you. You are listening to us today and you want to implement. So will you allow me? I'm really concerned about one thing, and that is that for this month, overtime is standing at 21 million. If we continue in the same fashion on what is budgeted on the 85 million, we only have 3 months left. I'm just bringing it under your attention. I don't know if you are aware. Please, if you can just look for us at that. Thank you very much, Speaker. And if you feel I've misused the platform, that's not my intention. I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ndadeswala.
No, thank you, Chair. I hope I'm not out of order. Chairperson, we've been sitting here for a long time, and some of us, we must eat.
Okay, your point is noted. I just want to conclude for record purpose. We have concluded the debates on 4 and 5. Because the items were only for noting, we will step off those 2 items. We are now left with item 6. And other councillors, we are left with item 6. Item 7 and 8 is one item. Item 9 is out. Item 10 is in. Item 11 is in. Item 12 is moved. Item 13 is in. Item 14 is referred back. And then item 15 is in. Let me allow us to take a 10 minutes body break. When we come back, we will have to conclude on those items just before we can break for lunch. There's lunch prepared for the honorable members, but I want us to break. It's 14:06. Let's be back, all of us be back by 14:15. Thank you. Honorable Councillors, can I have your attention, please? With your indulgence, I'm going to request that we take lunch and be back by 3. Lunch has been ready since 1. So let's take lunch and be back by 3 o'clock. Thank you. Councillors, we are all going for lunch. We'll be back by 3. Welcome back, councillors. We are proceeding with our business of the day. We are 59. We've got the quorum. We may now proceed. I will recognize Councillor Verviers. We are now on item 6. You may proceed, Councillor.
Speaker and my fellow councillors, we note the report.
Order, councillors.
We note the report on councillors and employees' salary deductions for arrears on municipal accounts. As the Freedom Front Plus, we want to stress that this cannot replace personal responsibility. Every councillor and every municipal employee must lead by an example when it comes to paying their accounts on time, just as we expect from the community we serve. It is just as important that current accounts remain up to date, otherwise we will find ourselves back to the same position again, dealing with arrears that could have been avoided. While the system of deductions may provide a way to recover outstanding amounts, it should never become a norm or an easy way out. Accountability and good financial management must remain the standard. We therefore note the report with the reminder that leadership starts with setting the right example. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Verviers. Councillor Swartz.
Speaker, Councillor De Bruin will speak on point number 6.
Oh, okay, you may proceed, Councillor De Bruin.
Yes, Speaker. First thing we just said charity begins at home. So we want to thank Majoro to take steps, but I think first thing, we must start by Majoro and by Speaker and then to the MMCs for the deduction of our salaries for any accounts that are not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Bruin. Councillor Mungale. Thank you, Councillor Mungale. Councillor Sibulao.
Yes, Lord. Honorable Speaker, members of Council and Finance Committee, we would like to address the matter of salary deduction imposed on councillors and municipal employees for arrears on their municipal accounts. Firstly, let us remind this House, no municipality is above the law. While Section 96 of the Municipal Systems Act obliges municipalities to collect all revenue due, and Section 64 of the MFMA requires reasonable steps to recover monies owed. These provisions do not give municipality a blank check to raise salaries without consent process or affordability checks. The basic condition of Employment Act is critically clear. No deduction may be made without written agreement by the employee, or unless authorized by law or collective agreement. Anything else unlawful, if this municipality is enforcing unilateral deduction, it is not debt collection, it's a wage theft. We ask directly, has the municipality aligned its deduction with its own credit control and debit collection policy? Does the policy require written consent, prior notice, or means test? When was this policy last adopted, and was it ever tested against BCEA and Labour Relations Act? Honourable Speaker, members themselves raise alarm bells. The 2023-2024 financial performance report shows arrears climbing from 2.4 million in question 2 to cover 3.5 million on question 4, despite the very deductions. Either this method is failing or the reporting is flawed. We demand a category breakdown. Councillors, employees, and external debtors. Without that clarity, this council is operating in the dark. We also remind this chamber that the previous council resolution stated debt would be recovered through agreed upon affordable deduction. Where is that resolution now? Were affordability tests conducted, or was a blanket deduction imposed disregarding the household realities? Colleagues, the legal risk here is immense. Unauthorized deduction exposed this municipality to CCMA dispute, labor court challenges, and SALGA intervention. We cannot govern by violating the very labor rights we are sworn to uphold. The EFF therefore demands the following from the Finance Committee: a written legal basis for this deduction, citing specific laws and policies, the tabling of the latest credit control and debt collection policy alongside the MTRF provision, a transparent arrears breakdown category by category, an immediate halt to deduction without written consent, prior communication, and fear of affordability test. Honorable Speaker, the debt recovery cannot be pursued through unlawful shortcuts. The dignity and rights of councillors and workers must be protected. Any less is not governed, it is abuse. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the House at large. Allow me just to assist Councillor Bulawayo quickly on the issues of arrears for councillors as well as employees. He's correct. He mentioned two important acts, Systems Act, MFMA, but when he quotes those, he must also read them together with the Code of Conduct of Councillors, which is very explicit to say a councillor cannot owe the municipality, if I'm not mistaken, for more than 60 or 90 days. It's quite clear. Therefore, at no stage that whatever that finance is doing to recover what is due in terms of the act is incorrect. So that one, that narrative we must just put aside. Secondly, I need to also indicate to Councillor Bulawayo directly that in an event whereby finance have deducted more than what you can afford, you are at liberty to approach the officials or office of the CFO so that that can be addressed. We don't encourage a situation whereby deduction will be more and then people will suffer as a result. So I plead with you that even in case we have encountered that, please visit finance office so that you can be assisted. However, Speaker, let me just quickly indicate that this is a quarterly report that we normally submit to Council to just indicate the proceedings or the gains that we have collected from both councillors and municipal officials, as stated by both acts that have been mentioned. We must also indicate that at least we've been doing better in line of collecting those. We have reduced the arrears significantly so far, and we hope we'll continue to do that. And through the assistance of the councillors and officials, we can try our level best to reduce this percentage. We must also indicate, Speaker, that we are almost at the conclusion with SENTLEC officials or personnel as well to form part of this exercise, because in the previous term, we couldn't do that for a number of reasons, but we had several meetings with them. So probably our next report that will be submitted to Council, Speaker, will be having both the Mangaung municipality information together with the SENTLEC one, as I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Peter. You are right, Schedule 8 of the Local Government Gazette of October 2022, I think Schedule 8 deals broadly with councillors who are in arrears to the municipality in terms of their rates and service charges. And it is specific. Subsection 4 says a councillor who is in arrears to the municipality for rates and service charges for a period longer than 3 months is in breach of the Code of Conduct. However, Councillor Bulawayo is right. No unilateral deductions shall be made. A councillor will approach the administration to make an arrangement in writing, an arrangement which is economic with what is owed to the municipality. But it cannot be tolerated that councillors are in arrears. That is a direct breach of the Code of Conduct. That concludes the debates on this item. Since the matter was only for noting, I will now step off this item and proceed to item 7 and 8, which is a combined item. Councillor Lottery, you are the first to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to read 4 paragraphs from an opinion piece. And after that, we can decide whether this is reliable information or it's valid. Bear with me. The Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality's policy on asset maintenance is somewhat implicit. That means to me it's there, it's pointing there, but it's not there. It's somewhat implicit. But there are references to the importance of maintenance in ensuring the longevity and effectiveness of municipal assets. According to a brief by the Auditor General of South Africa, the municipality has been criticized for its inadequate asset management and lack of essential policies for infrastructure maintenance. This suggests that asset maintenance is an maintenance is an area that requires attention and improvement within the municipality. Additionally, a report on the municipality's performance notes that a lack of proper maintenance has been identified on key projects, which inhibits the service potential of these projects for the community. This highlights the importance of asset maintenance in ensuring that municipal projects and services are delivered effectively. While these references do not provide a detailed policy framework for asset maintenance, they do emphasize the need for the municipality to prioritize maintenance in order to ensure the sustainability and effectiveness of its asset. Now, this is a question, I can't say it better, I can't summarize it better, but it's my narrative and that of my party. But the good news is I think it's low-hanging fruit. While we address our policy with regards to asset management, maybe we should put new glasses on and focus and concentrate on the maintenance aspect of things. And I think my last sentence is the message that I want to bring about, is I'll be sure that we are properly geared to manage our maintenance. Because I've got a few seconds left. All right, let's go to my ward, Ward 21. Okay, there's a couple of low-hanging fruits there. Let's take the Hamilton Gardens. I don't know if you all know where that is, but that used to be immaculate grass where people can take their children and picnic. If you drive past there now, long grass with refuse all over the show. The Orchard House, it's been stripped. The roof has been it's off. I did write a Rule 38 to the mayor and to the municipal manager on that, and I hope that they will answer me soon. But it's sad that the Orchard House is something we can fix. If we don't want to use it as the Orchard House, we can look at some other use for it. But it is terrible to drive in our main road coming into Bloemfontein and this Orchard House stands there. It's an asset that we don't maintain. The Arthur Nathan swimming pool. We've already spent almost 10-11 million rand just to decide what to do on that swimming pool. In the meantime, it's been stripped. You can drive past it now. It's a place for where cable thieves can go burn off the plastic off the copper wires. The fact of the matter is, but you know what my concern is that, say, for example, we decide to spend the rest of the 90 million, that will most probably be 150 million now, and we refurbish that swimming pool. And the mayor comes with his scissors and he snips the red lint. The decay will immediately start if we don't have maintenance plans in place. And look at Heidedal's swimming pool. There's a couple of sports facilities that jump to mind now. That's because of maintenance. Olivenhuis, you know, the grass there, really people used to, you could take off your shoes and run on that grass there. It's now so full of weeds and divilkies and all that sort of stuff. You can't take off your shoes there. You can't go sit on the grass there. Maintenance. Yeah, the restaurant Edge. Allow me a few seconds. I wrote a Rule 38 a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, on the Edge restaurant. There's another one coming. We spent on a building that should have cost 2 million rand. We spent 20 million rand, and we got nothing for our investment. And the thing is busy falling apart. I will stop now. Thank you. You get the message.
Thank you, Councillor Ramile.
All right. Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, members of the Council, and the people of Mangaung, who stand here today confronted by a truth that is just stuck as unacceptable. In 2024 and 2025 financial year, this municipality could only physically verify 45.5% of its assets. That means 29,688 movable assets worth 6.65 million and 38 intangible assets worth 818,000 are unaccounted for. Let us be clear. There are not just numbers in leisure. These are the chairs our officials sit on, the tools our workers need, the software that runs our system. When they vanish, so does our ability to deliver service. But Bamangau, Arasaboni di tutu tseno re latlhegetswe. Re latlhegelwa le ke tshepo. This is a cost of negligence. This report proposes a writing off 7.47 million in public assets. That is money that could have fixed water leaks in Tabanchu, repaired our broken fleet, or equipped our clinic. Instead, it's gone swallowed by weak controls, poor record keeping, and a culture of impunity. Democratic Alliance demands accountability and decisive action. We demand, number one, public asset recovery tracker updated monthly, accessible to every resident. Number two, department accountability. Each head of department must explain in writing the fate of their missing assets within 90 days. Disciplinary action, negligence must have consequences. Quarterly verification updates. No more waiting for a year to discover losses. We cannot ask our communities to pay rates and taxes while we fail to safeguard what they have already paid for. We cannot preach transparency while hiding assets losses in committee reports. We cannot deliver dignity without discipline. Honorable Speaker, this is not just about assets. This is about the soul of this municipality. Let us act now decisively, transparently, and in full view of people we serve. In closing, Speaker, I would like to pose the following questions. One, will the municipality at least get insurance money on assets that are missing? Number two, what was the cost of the external service provider that was appointed? Should we not have received a better report and written off less? I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No, Kadumedisa.
But what happens to Balibetui? Dumela. Liboni negaltisitse SABC itlo bona bohlaswa bona ba etsala di toilet ma. Ntwa ya re sotkete ka yona. Re tlolwana le lona. Re lwana SABC le ba. Thank you.
ke nka re o lebetse batho ba sa ka nyuka Councillor Viviers.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would just like to support the recommendation of Councillor Lotriet that the relevant policy be worked through properly so that we properly maintain our assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Subulao. Okay, no. Thank you. Councillor Denner.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus cannot support the recommendation before this Council to write off more than 7.4 million rand worth of municipal assets. Keep in mind, this is the depreciated rate. The replacement value is probably 10 or 15 times this value. So this is a lot of money we're talking about here, not just 7.4 million. This is a lot of money. This is an alarming figure. According to an external audit, more than 29,000 movable assets could not be verified. I took a couple of items on this list. It includes approximately 2,000 laptops and desktops, approximately 5,000 chairs, 22 generators, 437 toolboxes, 258 brush cutters, 14 ride-on lawnmowers, 72 manual lawnmowers, to name a few. How do you lose a ride-on lawnmower? 14 of them. There must surely be consequences for this. Section 63 of the Municipal Finance Management Act is clear. The city manager as accounting officer is responsible for managing, safeguarding and maintaining all municipal assets. Yet this report exposes a total breakdown of governance and internal controls. Less than half of all recorded assets were verified. Departments ignore the very asset management policy adopted in this Council. Acquisitions, movements and losses of assets were not tracked. Speaker, what message do we send to the people of Mangaung if we quietly approve this? That millions of rands can disappear into thin air and nobody is held accountable. The residents of Mangaung are already carrying a heavy burden. Rates and taxes increase year after year. Service delivery continues to decline. Now we ask to write off missing assets worth millions. Every item on this list was bought with taxpayers' money. The Freedom Front Plus insists there can be no write-off until there is accountability. We will not support this recommendation until each department conducts a full investigation into the missing assets. A comprehensive report is tabled before Council with the responsible officials. Disciplinary action is taken where negligence or misconduct is proven. And finally, the city manager provides a detailed recovery plan to strengthen internal controls to prevent future losses. Honourable Speaker, the people of Mangaung deserves better. They deserve transparency and accountability and the responsible management of public money. The Freedom Front Plus rejects this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor de Kock.
Honourable Speaker, the report on asset verification 2024-25 highlighted it unmistakably. Assets with a book value of 7.46 million were written off. 6.6 million in movable assets and more than 800,000 in software. This is a huge loss for Mangaung and for those residents who pay their rates and taxes every month. Now, we have before us a new asset management policy. On paper, it looks stronger. Write-offs are more clearly regulated, approval processes are stricter, and record keeping is linked to GRAP standards. This is positive, and the Freedom Front Plus welcomes it. But we must be honest. If this document ends up gathering dust in a drawer, nothing will change. The Freedom Front Plus insists that this policy must be a working tool. Management and officials must use it to enforce accountability, and council must provide oversight. Every write-off of a vehicle, computer, or any other asset must be understandable and explainable to the taxpayer. We simply cannot afford paid-for, usable resources to disappear without accountability. This policy must therefore be a living document, not just another policy gathering dust in an inaccessible office. Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus will support this policy, but we insist that implementation be strictly monitored. Otherwise, in a year's time, we will again be faced with a verification report full of lost assets and a budget still out of balance. I'll join Councillor Mongale and also sound like a scratched CD. Let us not only adopt a policy today, but establish a culture of accountability and discipline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Supi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Ke kopa sa ka nna Morongwa o Lonya. I grew up in a city called Malikamba Bochabeng, ko Semeroutu. Ke tloga mo Malikamba Semeroutu ka ya ko Tlhobelo. Mme ntate ba mpepile re tsama ka thoto. Ya go ga ya utlwa ko Thurumsung ya go 4740 ko Tlhobelo Malikamba. So Malikamba ntigile motho today. Ke eme mo as a product ya Bochabeng. Speaker, my colleague from DA, I'm not sure how does it read this document. This document says that in terms of what supported this asset, in terms of item 4.4, section 7, the assistance of an external service provider, Infantech, was sourced with the consulting fees to the amount of 64,788 rand. That is what the external provider was paid. The problem is that we don't want to read the historical point of the asset. Where are we coming from? I'm sure the executive mayor said something, Comrade Mungal, about the progression. Section 67 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003, subsection 1, determines that the accounting officer of the municipality is responsible for the management of the asset, including the safeguarding and maintenance of those assets. The verification was embarked on for movable asset as prescribed in paragraph 3.1 of the asset management policy. During the financial year 2023 to 2024, the municipality undertook to verify the asset, which due to limited capacity of staff, and make it possible for those assessments to be made available for a perusa for council. In that regard, the municipality resolved with the commencement process for 2024-2025 verification on the 10th February 2025 and concluded on the 7th of July this year, 2025. The problem encountered due to lack of offices which was locked and offices which were not located by immovable assets, intangible assets. Based on the outcome of the verification process, there are reports to consider by this council, notwithstanding the omission of movable assets, which are situated at a total of 2,489, located at the following areas in Mangaung, Botshabelo, Tabancho, and former Naledi. In conclusion, Speaker, a total of 54,488 assets as disclosed in the Council Fixed Asset Register for the year 2024-2025 financial year, which are divided into categories are recommended thereof. The recommendations support us as they are. In conclusion, we support also the policy submitted for the attention as item number 8. Thanks.
Our to the Medisa Batoban 30 Street.
Batoban 30 Street Speaker. Bankupoza the late Re Lebogang Tlhakuti o setse a re sile. Ke a leboga.
Le the late Jeff Mabilo, le question, le commandant, le Peleu. Thank you, Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. Some of this legend might not known by a young generation, but old generation remembers them vividly. The issue here is that we are asking that if you have given us the report and you are blaming us for interpreting what is written in the report, then there is a problem with the report. If I put an assertion to say there is a coach in the office of the executive mayor so far, and you say, but then sofa. In fact, the sofa tshwantse tsamaye ko di office because mona re tletso sebetsa re ba ke di sofa. Ke qadile tabeng. Ha di tsamaye di sofa. Di tsamaye di recycliwe. The other issue that we must deal with, there is a furniture in the basement of this municipality. There is a lot of that furniture and it's new stuff. It's new, unused stuff. They are still covered in a plastic to show that these are new. When a new manager comes into an office, they want to source new material. They want the chair that is comfortable. It is there in the basement. Why do you buy another one? Stop this thing, Yalina Yabulo. This is not your house. It's a public institution. Le palama bi sudula mo motho mongwe na ditsiteng, o palama taxi dula mo motho mongwe na ditsiteng. You buy a car, you dula mo motho mongwe na ditsiteng. Stop this thing. Ka aeroplane di dula mo motho mongwe na ditsiteng. Stop this thing ya hale tlo so batla go reka furniture e ntšha. Le senyetsa masepala, le gopa community, tšhelete o tshwantse ba isitse service delivery. That is why some of the furniture could not be accounted for because some people think it is theirs. How to office mo tsamaya le tsona? He lives with the furniture. Because people tend to own things that are not theirs. These are public property, it's not our property. When in those offices you are borrowed the opportunity, when we leave, yes, our hearts might be painful because you are leaving the comfort and the status. But the reality is that it was a borrowed office, it was a borrowed privilege and status. Adi furniture ka tso di tloelwe. Ha o fitletse furniture ka ska batla change. Ha o fumana furniture ke le ka basementeng, try to locate the office tse needang furniture e ntšha. If there are none, then furniture o masepala bone na o tla etsang ka ona le ka go recover tšhelete ya hae masepala le go generate an income. Because re dutse ka mathata hore most of the offices di na le di sofa, especially tsa di senior managers le di senior politicians. Di na le di sofa ka mo o tsebe sofa e batlang ka mo because motho a berekise sofa. O na le stulo sa hae ka mo. O etsang ka sofa. No. I ke jwetse lona ke jwetsa senior politicians ba na le di sofa ka hare. Nna le lona re na tsona re ipeng hantle. Ha re na tsona tlola go lana ntho tse seng tsa lona. Ha re na di sofa. Re tjena re fela tjena. Re tshwana le se fela se buang se re tla re le fela fela. Ke rona bana bo fela fela. But reality mo ke hore municipality lose a lot of money. But the biggest loss of municipality is failure to maintain the assets of this institution. Amongst them are those that have reflected in the previous discussion when I talked about Bo Arthur Nathan swimming pool. When in the IDPs appearing that it is going to be refurbished, but it ended up not being refurbished in the new financial year. Ho ba le budget e nngwe for yona hape. And then it's not refurbished. Tjhelete ya kae? Ya o mang ke mang o ya ikentseng barabase tjhelete ya ka nyamela. Ha yena fihlile tjhelete ya nyamela. Ha e fihle mo tshwantse e fihle teng. Hona le what councillor mo esale emela di service community o emetse di service a di fihle wena. O thotse le wena ma wa tseba go a failiwa. O qetella le tswa ke community mare phoso se ya hao skepsel. Phoso ke ya bana bo barabase ba dutseng ka dintho ba hana di lokolla di fihlo batho tshwantse di fihlo bona. Ke a leboa motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Kopa tshwarelo bua Sesotho na kwetelele ne ke le ka o ntsha se ka sefubeng ya ntshisa nthwena ya thepa mmuso.
Thank you, Councillor Swarts.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance is deeply troubled by this report. The recommendation to write off movable assets with a carrying value of over 6.6 million and intangible assets over 818,000 is not a routine administrative task. It is a sign of a critical breakdown in our financial controls, echoing national trends where municipalities wrote off 50.96 billion in debts in 2023-2024 due to weak internal controls. The report also recommends that assets located during the investigation be reinstated and that departmental asset controllers be assigned. This shows that a basic function of a well-run municipality, knowing what assets you have, is not being performed. We need to strongly address the root cause of this negligence, Speaker and the House. The Patriotic Alliance demands a commitment to the best practices for performance that would prevent such losses from happening in the first place, such as implementing digital asset tracking systems per the national guidelines and compiling a GRAB-compliant asset register. Therefore, the Patriotic Alliance's questions are: what is the total of assets that have been lost or unverified in the last 5 years, including cumulative unauthorized expenditure of 1.34 billion in 2023-2024, and what has been the financial impact on our municipality? What measures, Speaker and the Council, will be implemented immediately to ensure that this does not happen again? Assigning an asset controllers is a good start, yes, but what oversight will be in place to ensure that they perform their duties diligently? Have the disciplinary actions been taken against the officials or departments responsible for these significant losses of public assets? The taxpayers of Mangaung, Speaker, deserve to know what their money is being used for. Is it used wisely? And that public property is being protected, not lost or written off. The Patriotic Alliance will support the report on the condition that the asset management policy be implemented, evaluated, and monitored. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Don't you wish to greet the people in Ashbury, Pex Nova, Mengels, Rassi's place?
I unfortunately will not be greeting only Heidedal because I represent Mangaung. So, dumelang Mangaung. Halala Mangaung, halala.
Thank you, Councillor Logan.
Baie dankie, achtbare speaker. Laat my toe om vir Opkoms eerste te groet. When Opkoms gave birth to the ward councillor. Then I moved to Ashbury. Dan gaan ek Gatvol toe. Reikmans Hoogte toe. Dan sê ek vir ward 16. Halala ward 16, halala. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I definitely, as the MMC for Finance, take note of what some of the previous speakers have said. Definitely, we will inculcate what they have proposed, because some of it really makes sense. But then equally, Honorable Speaker, there's some of the things they've mentioned that is already contained within the document or as part of the recommendations. But I think, Honorable Speaker, I just need to clarify one thing, because I don't know if it's intentional or is it just because English is not our first language that we try to narrate a story which is imbalanced. Because when we deal with write-offs, Honorable Speaker, we must first ascertain what does write-off mean and when do you apply write-off. So write-off does not necessarily just mean things were stolen, but it can mean some things were stolen. But it is not just the absolute interpretation of it. Now, a write-off of assets happen when assets is damaged, stolen, or could not be accounted for during the physical verification. Not writing it off will cause an overstatement of assets. Equally, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Councillors, every item that we purchase has a lifespan. Even your car has a lifespan, and depreciation is a reality. So many times, as much as we can still use the table, the problem is it has reached its 5 years in terms of its lifespan. Now, it is imperative, Honorable Speaker, to have a true reflection of what our actual asset base is, because it has an effect on our liquidity. So I'm asking Honorable Speakers, definitely, if you can check on the recommendations, and if you can also see, and I love what the Honorable Councillor said of the Freedom Front, when she addressed the amendments to the policy, what informed those amendments? Why was it necessary for us to do the amendments? The proposed amendments of the current asset management policy are based on the recommendations made by the Office of the Auditor General, but also to align the policy with the supply chain policy, because there was a misalignment. So in terms of that, I really take cognizance of that, Honorable Speaker, but also just to highlight to the Honorable Councils also. Action in terms of dealing with people that could not account for it. You would see in our recommendation, Honorable Speaker, as I'm sure you're going to read through all those recommendations, we equally said some of the assets that we could not verify, those user departments must account for them. And a list and accountability should be done, and losses should be reported to the EMT on a monthly basis. I'm saying the reason we are doing this in terms of the recommendations and what gives rise to the amendments is also, Honorable Councillors, because we have seen the loopholes before that gave birth. Now they say, if you do what others did, you will get what others got. If you want to change results, change the enabling environment. And this gives rise to what we are proposing in terms of the amendment of the policy, equally in terms of what I've just explained in terms of the recommendations to Council as I submit. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, let me acknowledge the debate.
Sorry, you want to come before?
Oh.
Okay, now let me recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yet again, sorry, Mayor. I would just like to second the proposals made by my colleague, Councillor Ramile, for point number 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. May proceed, Executive Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, fellow councillors. Speaker, I was listening carefully to, as the debate was flowing, and I was listening to my fellow councillors, and I can understand some of the critical concern relating to assets that we have. And this is not isolated to an earlier question that was asked with regard to the cricket stadium, which I'll touch base with as I flow with my contribution as well. I thought my councillors would acknowledge some related terms when we deal with assets. That would speak to the wear and tears and the depreciation of assets, but also that they would take into consideration the kind of situation that we dealt with in the recent past, where most of our assets were not in good working condition, subject to other related issues of either pilfering, collusion with private sector by way of hitting the asset base of the municipality. I thought all those things would come into the 4SN when we deal with assets. And that emanating from there, we're trying to balance as to which asset the municipality will have. Are they in working condition? They are not liabilities when it comes to our resource. Our councillor, I think is what, is it 16? No, not 16. The one that has to do with the railway, that side. 21, or 21, yeah, right. Make mention of some of the assets that are there. Some of them are immovable, whereas we're talking about movable, but they are immovable. So I'm going to touch base with movable and immovable assets, so that I must be able to bring the understanding to speed. The immovable assets indeed were quite quantified by Freedom Front in terms of what they could be, but I've made reference to say depreciation as well as the wear and tear must also be taken into consideration. But there's another aspect that I must bring, a compatibility to the period of how technology evolved from one stage to the other. So some of these things, you can't keep them for the sake of doing it. You need to dispose off of them. That's one part of disposal, but the second part of disposal is that critical components may not be accessible to revitalize some of these assets to good use when we are supposed to be providing services excellence. But equally so, the recommendation or the document does display that whilst we are sourcing an endorsement by council, that does not serve as alpha and omega. The officials will make sure that some of those that must be brought to book in terms of the whereabouts and the disappearance of municipal assets, well, consequence management must really take shape as the councillors have proposed. That would be the case. But, Chair, let me say, we have instructed officials to go to the DIS office. And part of why we should go to the DIS office is that critical aspects of the asset that belong to the municipality were transacted by either officials or individuals in the municipality and some political instructions over and above of those assets that may not have enjoyed council resolution and either or illegal transaction. So we've instructed that they must go touch base with the DIS office speaker to establish the whereabouts of our assets and whether those assets were properly transacted. According to some flimsy records, municipality commands so much enormous portion of land from all the plots that were acquired from Bensplay, Shannon to elsewhere. But when you are to establish where those plots are, you don't understand. And I think our councillor from Bensplay said, for all what we have there is the clinic and the police station, if I'm not mistaken. So these are some of the things that we must track. We must track and check who did what with the assets. The issue of the stadium, the cricket stadium, it's a hot cake. But a hot cake in a sense that what we are doing first is to ensure that we work towards reversing whatever illegal transaction that might have taken shape. But that is part of the apartheid deals that were there in 1993, just before the advent of democracy. Mischief makers and thieves, let me put it that way, assigned themselves assets of the municipality and decided to take them away from the institution. And the chickens have come home to roost that some of them could not observe such transactions. Those that did have gone away with murder. Some of those that did not even have money could not do so. Now it has come to a point where people want to do all those old, outdated transactions rather. So we're up to make sure that we save the properties that belong to the municipality, because along the way, certain principles were not followed. But the matter in itself, it's for now, I would call it sub judice in a sense that it is in the courts of law. So I can't come to the municipality and really speak with authority as to where the matter is. Safe to say, we will do our best to ensure that the properties of the municipality are protected.
Okay, let me take a point of order.
Yes, Speaker, I'm happy to hear what Majoro said there. Because why? I did ask him in the meeting of the 12th, let's stop in reach a person here and hiring a security company. Let's hiring our own people that can look after our properties. Then we will give them job creation. I thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
No, Speaker, I was saying, I was trying to, and I'm trying to be as diplomatic as I could to relate to the cricket stadium. For that, I've established a team of MMCs to work harder to dig deep into the official and look at what law
Point
firm
of
that we can
order.
bring into place. Then,
Okay,
is that
there's
point of
another
order?
point
Yeah.
of order here.
Please, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Executive Mayor, I have no intentions of irritating you. Unfortunately, this report on assets has nothing to do with immovable property. In the committee, I've asked the question directly, is this just movables? And if you have done the trouble to go through the list, you will clearly see just movables. It got nothing to do with immovable property. I do enjoy your lesson. Thank you very much for that. But I'm a little bit worried if I look at the standing rules and orders regarding relevance. Thank you for allowing me, Speaker. Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
No, thank you, Speaker. I love what my fellow councillor is raising. But the same issue of movable and immovable asset come from the same party. And I thought at the point when your colleague was raising it, would say, hey, wait, we are talking about immovable asset, not
Point of order.
movable asset.
If I could go back to my speech, there's nothing that has been mentioned about immovable assets. Thank you.
You know, when I grew up, Speaker, I was told that listening is a skill, but I realize it becomes more vivid when we deal with issues in the council. Did you listen to your fellow councillors behind you on the extreme left when you were facing me, what he said? If you did, you would realize that he was mentioning swimming pools, he was mentioning properties, mentioning this and that. At that point, DA should have said, sorry, colleague, we're talking about immovable asset, not movable.
Personal explanation,
Don't bring it to
please.
me. Take it back to your home.
No, you conclude, Executive Mayor. A point of personal explanation can only be heard at the conclusion of the debate.
Then, Speaker, I was then saying, when I started, I noted, and with respect, the issues that the councillors were raising on what we are putting before the council, and we will do our best to ensure that we do, at the end of the day, as a build-up that one make reference to, really work hard to establish what the council will pride itself asset base in all, let me use a very broad term, in all discipline and all respect, because at the end of the day, it is just a matter of accountability that a council institution must have a very well developed and authentic asset register. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. You are recognized, Councillor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will be very quick. Maybe there was just a little bit of confusion again. It's actually now a combined item. The one is about the assets being written off. The other one is indeed what Councillor Lottridge spoke about, which were the policy. So the reference that Councillor Lottridge made to immovable assets was maintaining them, but it has nothing to do with the asset register. I'm done. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That concludes, Honourable Councillors, the debates on these two items. Can I confirm with you, MMC Logan, is the item for approval or not?
Honourable Speaker, in terms of the amendments, remember we've combined, but in terms of the amendments to the policy, that needs approval by Council.
Thank you. May I now, because there was a mover earlier on by Councillor Supi, can I now see hands of those who are in favour of...
Point of order.
Okay.
I really don't want to speak that much today. I just want to confirm that Councillor Amile made a suggestion of an alteration that was seconded by Councillor Snyman. Councillor Lottridge made a recommendation that was seconded by myself. I don't know, it's your discretion, Speaker, if you first want to deal with that before the item as it stands, and that's my contribution. Thank you, like always, Speaker.
No, you were in a rush, Councillor, because I was going to deal with that first proposal. Can I capture the proposal, Councillor Lottridge? Your initial proposal. Can you repeat that so that we can...
Thank you, Speaker. The proposal basically is that we should take a fresh look at our policy in terms of maintenance. That was the gist of our proposal, is that we agree that we should take a fresh look at our policy pertaining to servicing these, maintaining these assets.
Necessarily, you are not opposed to the recommendations.
My apology, will you please repeat the last?
I just want to find out, you are necessarily not opposed to the recommendations contained here?
No.
Okay. May I, because that's not a completely different proposal as contained here. It is just an emphasis that we should revisit our asset management policy, if I capture it correctly. Perfect. Therefore, there's only one proposal. Major? Oh, okay.
I'm saying I regard it a separate matter altogether. Maintenance of our asset properties deals with operational matters that has to do with the council budgeting quite enormously when it comes to sustainability and maintenance of our asset. Currently, our maintenance budget is less than 2%, which is far less than what we can utilize to maintain what we have. So the proposal, as I understand it, it actually says, could we look at how much resources we can redirect in ensuring that our properties are properly maintained and properly utilized? I think I should add that, and properly utilized, which is a separate but an operational issue that the council is saying we need to do it, and I agree with that. There's no crisis, but it doesn't really impair or impact on the proposal as said before us.
May I respond, please?
Okay.
No, I think it's important. The emphasis that we want to put onto revisiting our policy to look at maintenance is very important. If it is rejected, we want it minuted, because that's the crux of the matter. We spoke nicely and we said we think this is one of our major problems. We're aware that we spend too little on maintenance, But that's not the issue. We should revisit our policy and see what we can do. That's what we said. That's what we asked for.
Okay, honorable councillors, that proposal is supported by the executive mayor. Can I just conclude on that proposal? Is there anyone who is opposed to that proposal? Can I see those who are in favor of the proposal? The proposal is simple. Let's have a look at the same way the executive mayor has summarized that the threshold is a little bit below. Let's extend and look at it broadly. Is there anyone who is in favor of that proposal? It's your proposal, Councillor. The majority of the House agrees with that proposal. That proposal will be carried. Thank you very much. Can I now, on a second matter, can I see the hands of those who are in favor of recommendations now? Recommendations contained in the second item. Yeah. The recommendation is only one, that the proposed amendments to the asset management policy be approved by council. It means we have concluded this matter. Thank you. I will now step off of those two items, and item 9 has been deferred back. Item 10 is the submission of an agreed action plan to deal with matters raised by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on COGTA and SCOPA. Councillor Davis, you are the first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just on the previous point with the asset register, we also made a counter recommendation. So Councillor Ramile made a recommendation. It was seconded by Councillor Snyman. Sorry, Speaker.
What was the counter recommendation? I thought what you presented is similar to what was presented by Councillor Lodrid.
Okay, Speaker, let me clarify this one. My 2 points were in the form of questions. The first one was, will the municipality at least get insurance money on assets that are missing? And the second one was the cost of the external service provider that was appointed should you not have received a better report and written off less? But one of my colleagues here, I think, did indicate an answer on the second one. Thank you.
No, Councillor Davis, we are misleading the House now. That was not a counter proposal. It was a simple question, and I think Councillor Logan responded to those questions. May you proceed on item 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and apologies for that. Mr. Speaker, as Council, the buck stops with us. And as councillors, we are responsible for oversight, transparency, accountability, and integrity reporting to the communities of Mangaung. We cannot delegate this oversight obligation to the executive committees. It is the core responsibility of Council. Therefore, on recommendation 3 of this report, we would like to recommend that the recommendation read that MMCs and councillors that comprise the Section 80 committees exercise oversight on matters relating to portfolios and report to Council on progress and imminent risks in realising the targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mhlame.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Before I deliver my speech, please allow me to
Second recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Davis. Honourable Speaker, members of Council, and fellow residents of Mangaung. Today, DA stand not merely to respond to the submissions made to SCOPA and the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, but to speak truth to power. The Mangaung Metro Municipality is in crisis. The latest reports reveal a staggering 470 million spent on overtime, including payments to individuals who were not only absent, but in some cases, incarcerated. This is not just mismanagement, it is a betrayal of public trust. We are told that disciplinary action has been taken. We are told that new systems are being introduced. But we ask, where was the oversight? Where was the leadership? And most importantly, where was the political will to prevent this rot before it spread? The Auditor General's findings paint a bleak picture. Mangaung is technically insolvent, with liabilities exceeding assets by nearly R500,000. Conditional grants meant to uplift our communities, 235 million worth, has been returned to Treasury unused. That money could have built homes, repaired roads, or restored dignity to thousands. Instead, we saw sewers flowing through our townships, pit toilets still in use, and water interruptions that make daily life unbearable. Our people deserve better. This submission to SCOPA must not be another document filed and forgotten. It must be a turning point. We demand full forensic investigation into all irregular expenditure, criminal prosecution to those enabled and benefited from corruption, immediate reforms to payroll, procurement and project management systems, transparent reporting to this council and the public. Let it be known, Speaker, the DA will not be silent. We will not rubber stamp budgets built on broken promises. We will not allow Mangaung to be a monument to misrule. We stand here today not just as critics, but as custodians of accountability, and we will fight with every tool at our disposal to restore integrity, dignity, and services to the people of Mangaung. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Ukawadumedisa hai kwana.
Speaker, Kidimedisa wa ai by Cape Town.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. On this item, I'm not going to be much except just to raise some issues because I've consulted extensively during lunch and I've been informed that the report has been given to the province. Then I'm excited because the people are sitting at MPEC, they're happy about the report. I'm only worried that you disappointed me at Portfolio Committee, you the Speaker, that you said that there was never a report that was sent to this council and that was withdrawn within this council, which was taken back, the one of Ntatale Shonono, our orator. There was a report that was removed from this council on the basis that Councillor Sokaka was arguing that there is another report from another committee that is contradicting that report. Now I'm saying there was a report of impact that was taken out of the council, even though it was supposed to be here. Maybe one of the challenges that we have, because we have an impact that is led by a member of the ruling party instead of an opposition party, so that accountability can be fair. On the issue of our executive mayor, there is an issue that you raised also with the Portfolio Committee with regard to MPEC, where you said that you made a presentation of IPTN in the MPEC, which was not true because on the 24th of July, you have not yet made a presentation of IPTN into the MPEC. So it was a misrepresentation of facts to the Portfolio Committee, of which, before you spoke in that Portfolio Committee, you took an oath. And when you have taken an oath, it means whatever that you have said, that is not true. it is tantamount to you being charged because you have not been truthful with the portfolio committee. Unless MPEC can say to me, no, he did make a presentation in the MPEC with regard to the report of IPTN. But to the information I have now from almost all members of MPEC, they are denying that you ever made a presentation with regard to IPTN prior to you going to Windmill Casino on the 24th of July 2025 and making a presentation to the portfolio committee. That is the issue that I wanted to raise because it is a thorny issue. Once portfolio committee can pick it up, you are in trouble.
Councillor Swartz.
Honourable Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance is glad to see this action plan on the agenda. It is direct response to the oversight visit by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee of Kochta and Scopa in July 2025, which follow up on the Auditor General reports and addressed the state of municipalities, including poor financial health, authorized expenditures, and service delivery hampers. However, the Patriotic Alliance main concern is that the plan will become another piece of paper gathering dust. The report recommends that the city managers report progress monthly and that the MMC exercise oversight. The Patriotic Alliance questions are as follows. What are the specific matters raised by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee and Scopa that this action plan is meant to address? Can we have a high-level summary, including governance failure and financial pressures? How will the oversight by the MMC be structured to ensure it is effective and not just a formality, with the urgency on monthly reporting timelines as per the financial recovery plan? What mechanisms are in the place to ensure that the action plan is not just an administrative exercise but lead to genuine improvement and accountability in our municipality, including public reporting on progress? We must ensure that this plan is executed with the urgency and seriousness it deserves. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you wish to greet anyone in Haidada?
I will greet my fellow members in Uppington, not at Haidada. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sibulau.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We know the importance of today's submission of the agreed action plan in direct response to the Parliament Portfolio Committee on Kochta and Scopa, who visited the Free State on the 24th of July 2025. Their visit was not a formality. It was an intervention born out of concern for the collapsing state of the governance and accountability in the Free State municipality, with Mangaung at the center of this crisis. The message from Parliament was clear. Municipalities must urgently improve audit outcome and strengthen governance. We cannot pretend that we do not know what the Auditor General has said about Mangaung. The AG has consistently highlighted weak internal control, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful spending, and the mismanagement of key programs such as integrated public transport network, The AG has further warned Mangaung continues to operate in a manner that undermines transparency and accountability, and that it is precisely why this action plan must not become another document gathering dust. The recommendations before Council are straightforward but critical. The Council approved the action plan because without collective commitment, there will be no implementation. That the city manager report progress against the action list on a regular basis. This is about accountability, not once-off reporting. The AG finding demand constant monitoring. The member of mayoral committee exercise oversight on the portfolio, and they engage their councillors proactively on progress and risk. Oversight cannot be symbolic. It must be real, it must be corrective, and it must result driven. Honorable Speaker, the oversight exercised by Parliament is a reminder that Mangaung is not operating in isolation. The eyes of the nation are on us, and failure to act on these matters will not only prolong service delivery, but it will also deepen the mistrust between this municipality and the very people we claim to serve. The IPTN project is a painful example. Billions have been spent, yet buses remain idle and infrastructure incomplete. The Auditor General has pointed to this as a prime case of fruitless expenditure. It is projects like these that Scopa and Cocta want fixed, not tomorrow but now. Parliament has done its part by diagnosing the failure and demanding way forward. The question is whether Mangaung has the political will to fix itself. The EFF insists that Council must move beyond rhetoric. Every recommendation of the Auditor General, every red flag raised by Parliament must be actioned with urgency. The people of Mangaung deserve municipalities with clean audit, functioning services, and leaders who take oversight seriously. If we fail to implement the action plan with discipline and transparency, then we are effectively telling the residents that their sufferings will continue. That cannot and must not be allowed. Honorable Speaker, the EFF will hold this Council accountable for the commitment made today. The era of empty promise must end, and the era of real delivery must begin. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone in Klurkop that you wish to greet? Councillor Denner.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus once again wants to reiterate that we accept an action plan to address the issues before us. But once again, we must ask, why do we only get an action plan after we've already been slapped on the wrist? The city manager recently felt the need to write in an internal newsletter trying to explain to all the employees what unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is. If you're appointed to deal with public funds and you sit in a senior position, you should know this. You should not read this in a company newsletter. This is standard operating procedure. This shows us how deep the problem runs in this municipality when basic financial discipline is treated as it's new information. This is not new ideas. They're basic financial SOPs that must always be followed. Yet now it suddenly becomes news to us and we're told to implement the plan. Let's be clear, this is not about more planning or new policies. Our biggest problem here is not the lack of plans, it's the lack of implementation. But be it as it may, we will agree, let's implement this plan, because the real test will be not in words and newsletters and promises. It will be whether we finally see actual progress. The people of Mangaung deserve to see their money managed responsibly and not lost. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the ward council, I previously greeted my ward. As the MMC, I greet the whole of Mangaung. Away, Mangaung, away. Honorable Speaker, we are honorable councillors in this council. We are here for something very specific and very simplistic. I don't know, maybe it's because of grandstanding or maybe elections that is approaching, that fellow councillors must abuse the platform and also try to mislead here and there. But let us stay awoke, residents of Mangaung. What we have here in front of us, we were called to account in front of the Portfolio Committee from National in terms of COCTA as well as SCOPA on items that was highlighted by the Auditor General. But these two committees also raised additional issues. So then Mangaung was called to say, you must account. Secondly, draw up an action plan to say, how are you going to correct the wrong behavior that transpired? If, fellow councillor, you are asking, why do we still need an action plan? Because even if you are called to order, you must be given the opportunity to correct your behavior. Now, Honorable Councillor John, if you can read, you say we must highlight the issues that was raised and the issues that the action plan will address. If you read the action plan, Honorable Councillor John, you will see it is written there. And what I love about the action plan, Honorable Speaker, it's not just an action plan. There is time frames attached and there's a person accountable attached because we want consequence management to follow if they fail to meet their targets. That's how you redress things that were done incorrectly. It cannot be just a plan on paper because this one, after being adopted by council, we are not just accounting to council, we are accounting to council first, to the province and to national. So whoever thought they can hide and whoever thought this is just an exercise, it can't be. Lastly, we have said the list, there's almost 19 items highlighted on that list that emanates from various user departments. That is why the second recommendation clearly states the MMCs will extrapolate.
Okay.
Yes, Speaker, I think the MMC mustn't come and mislead the community here because she must remember I'm sitting on the committee of impact and we still need to give you in 90 days a report what's going on here to COCTA. Thank you.
Now, Councillor De Bruin, we are now focusing on the action plan arising from the visit. I will still welcome the report from MPEC, but for now our focus is on the action plan because the Portfolio Committee on COCTA and SCOPA has raised certain things. Well, your point is okay, but for now, may we focus our attention on what is contained in the report. You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just as a disclaimer, it is not easy to be a living example or a person from Heidedal. You can see, just as the tip of the iceberg, what's happening there on a regular. That was on a lighter note. In conclusion, we have said, there's the action plan. There are the issues being raised. The only thing the second recommendation says, Honourable Speaker, every MMC must extrapolate the issues on the action plan that pertains to their portfolio. Then that MMC, for example, there's an issue with regards to the indigent register. So which means MMC for Finance with a Section 90, that becomes our focus area in terms of oversight. So it's not just the MMC, it's MMC as an extension of the MMC. It's my Section 80 committee. And that is why we're saying we are tightening controls. But at the end of the day, the only thing that would reign supreme of this exercise, Honourable Speaker, is consequence management, as I submit.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor De Bruin, just to remind you that me and you and Councillor Logan and the mayor, we still have an outstanding appointment. As agreed.
No, I thank you for that. Maybe things will sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Major.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And thanks to the councillors who really applied their mind and to in a way endorsed even before we could vote on the item as seeing it necessary. Again, I need to say things that could not be done before we are doing them. It's a sign of getting somewhere. And for that, I want to begin to say it's hard work that all of us are doing. But I want to talk to, I don't know your name, Councillor, the youngest of them all in DA, but I would like to address you nicely. What's your name? Councillor Rebane, yeah. You know, when I came here, the best I did was to go back to all the resolutions and decisions that were taken, because I was getting embarrassed each and every council. Because decisions that were taken, especially from 2021, when this administration started, helped me to understand. But I still could not resist being embarrassed because some of the decisions that were taken even as early as 2014, now there is 1993 on the stadium. I'm still getting embarrassed on a regular basis. Now I'm going to say to you, before you can prepare or allow anyone to prepare a speech for you, please refer back. Because if you don't do so, it will tear you apart and it may not be nice.
Point of order.
No, I'm saying, no, we can rise. Let me hear that.
All right, let me hear a point of order.
Through you, Speaker, the councillor did not deliver the speech that was written on her behalf. I would just like to mention something. If you go and look at this action plan, I wonder if the MMC didn't receive it from ChatGPT. Thank you.
Point of clarity.
No, there's no point of clarity. It's either a point of order or a point of personal explanation.
Point of personal explanation.
Let me allow the speaker on the podium then to conclude. I will take... No, Councillor, let me allow the speaker on the podium to conclude. I will then take a point of personal explanation. You may proceed.
Yeah, no. Maybe if I may now round up what I was saying to my fellow councillor, and I'm doing this first as a colleague, but equally so as a father, because I want to believe I am. The reason I'm raising this is that if you talk about people being paid in prison, but I am a father like you. Do you have any problem with that? You really do? Oh, no, can I finish what I'm saying? Unless you are raising on a point of order.
No, Councillor Mungal, you are interrupting the meeting. I can only acknowledge a point of order that the...
No, I'm asking you because you are intimidating me.
If you are addressing, yes, you are raising on a point of order, let me acknowledge you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I came here not to fight anyone. All I'm asking is a simple thing. We are all in this council only on one ticket of us being called public representative, which is a councillor. That is a correct title. I've even assisted the meeting in defining it to say it's a public representative. Now, you can't call a point of order on a point of order. There's no such. There's no such. There is someone who's violating...
Councillor Mungal, may I protect you? Councillors, I will take a point of order, but when another councillor has interjected through a point of order, I must listen to that point of order until the councillor finishes speaking. Then I will acknowledge another point of order. After that, I will have the obligation to make a ruling, whether to sustain it or to overrule it. Now, I also want to draw your attention to a point of personal explanation. That point can only be acknowledged once the speaker on the podium has concluded his point, because councillors tend to use a point of personal explanation and a point of order interchangeably, and those points are distinct. You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker, for protection. The point I was saying is that we are not expected to be addressed as children in this particular meeting. We are here as councillors. Remember, I might be carrying my name and a surname, but the primary function why I'm here is because I represent the interest of the community, not of mine. So even if I'm talking to someone who is older than me or who is my uncle, the issue here is when there is an issue that the community have sent me to raise, I must raise it sharply because I'm a representative of the people. I am not representing my age. I'm not denying that there is age difference of people here as much as there is different sexes. All the issue I'm raising is it's an issue of principle. Why are we here? Why are we here? Who are we? We are councillors. We are public representatives. So I need to be addressed as a councillor, not as a minor to somebody else or a senior to somebody else. I must be addressed as a councillor because that is my point of entrance in this council chamber. That is why it's called council chamber, not age chamber.
Let me acknowledge the point of order by Councillor Kruger here.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, respectfully so. I think when we want to address an issue of principle, we must first ensure that we comply with the very same principle that we're trying to impose on the council. Yes, we are all councillors here, but at times we have a tendency of even calling prof as opposed to councillor, not as a sign of disrespect. Many a times the honourable councillor will refer to you as Dr. Matai, and there is no disrespect. So I'm humbly saying, in the context the executive mayor has used it, it does not make sense in terms of the principle that he's trying to enforce. Thank you, Speaker.
May I make the following ruling, councillors, please? I had heard the point initially raised by Councillor, is it Councillor Pretorius? No. When you interjected at the time when the mayor was on the podium, I have carefully examined what the mayor said. He did not make any belittling comments. He did not. No. Can I finish? I will allow you to air your views. The mayor simply said he is speaking as a father. It was only correct for Councillor Mongale to say, Majoro, we are all councillors here. There was no demeaning statements attributed to Councillor Mohlamme. So I would like to sustain that, but I would also like to sustain the point raised by Councillor Mongale to stick to the decorum of the House and refer to others in our different capacities. When the mayor speaks, councillors should raise a point directed to the executive mayor. We would like the executive mayor to reply on the following question. If the MMC has replied on a matter, any member of the House who wishes to make a point, he or she may refer to that person in that capacity. The MMC responsible for this item has presented a falsehood. Equally, when the other replies, she or he will reply making reference to your capacity as a councillor, not a child, not a friend, not a comrade or a fighter. we carry one title here, councillors, but others are mayors, others are deputy executive mayors, others are council whips and MMCs and chairpersons of Section 79 committees. That's why in the beginning, when I acknowledge all members here, I refer to everybody in their respective official capacities. That point is sustained. You may proceed, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. It took long, eh? But let me conclude what I was saying to you, fellow councillor. I went back to compare my notes. And I had to ensure that I'm on point because you'll be torn apart in this council if your facts are not on point. The issue of prisoners was a discovery of the ruling party, not a whispering from somewhere. We discovered it, we dig deep into it, we went public, we brought it to the council. It's stale information. When you rise on it, it's a sign of backwardness. It means you are not on point because factually, it is on record, recorded, it is in public, it is actually with the law enforcement unit. You are really referring to something that we personally cannot tell you where it is because the police are the ones that must come and tell us how far are they with the matter. So if you had read or you were informed, you would understand that that's stale information. And hence councillors would say you are grandstanding. And I don't like that. That's the first point that I wanted to indicate. That is equally equivalent to the issue of the money that was returned, because you are still talking to about 230 million rand. You also hardly understand what happened to the million rand and IPTN. You should have got the information correctly. Your figures would have been on point. So all what I'm trying to say to you is that please, before you can deal with the matter, refer.
Major, let me take this point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Don't we have any respect anymore for each other in this council? The way of speaking is belittling. Why? Don't we have respect for each other? I call you Executive Mayor. I respect you for your position. But why? Towards this councillor, you are so belittling. That is not the way an ethical leader carries himself over. Thank you.
I thought I had made a ruling on that point, Councillor, and I will not be taking another point of order if that point of order is intended at addressing what I have already ruled on. You may proceed, Executive.
Yeah. Now, Speaker, let me deal with now the issue of MPEG. You know, Speaker, Councillor Mangali might also feel belittled, but he's belittling people. But I am not intending to belittle him. I just want to give him factual reality so that he must also be at par with whatever he says, because he likes making all the howling and heckling in public and saying wrong things. You see, Councillor Mangali, MPEG wrote me a letter, MPEG. MPEG invited me to their offices. And I went to and they demanded the report from me. I prepared and sent them a report electronically and took my hard copy and went to their offices. At the offices of MPEG, I met the chairperson of MPEG. I don't know whether Mayor King, I think deputy, or the whip of MPEG, and the HOD of MPEG, and I met two other chieftains. I can't remember what they're doing. I met them physically, Chief, in a meeting. I sat down with them. I gave my report to them. I reported to them. Now, whether you send them or you did not send them, to me, it did not come that way. I was invited by an official letter from MPEG, and I honored that letter. And I went to that spot where they said the meeting will be. I entered into a boardroom. I sat with them. They offered me coffee and drink, and they subjected me to a formal meeting. What else must I say about MPEG?
Should I have seen all the entire committee and said I met MPEC? Or are you not respecting your chairperson? Because if I call someone as a mayor for and on behalf of the mayoral committee, or subject to what I'm doing, authority must be respected. I'm an authority, and the chairperson of MPEC is an authority over and above MPEC. When I've met, even if I could have met with him and the two of us, I would still have the title to say I've met MPEC because he represents MPEC. The truth is, no, yes, it works that way authority-wise, unless if you come from a particular background, I don't know. Authority works that way. When a person is given a responsibility, you must respect that person. Now you are now saying because he comes from the same political party. I went to that meeting. I did not see any political party there. I went in a meeting where MPEC officially invited me. So I did not either mislead nor want to grandstand on any issue. That you have got your own little problems if you do in MPEC. Don't bring them to my office. No, please don't. And you have never reported to me that you have picked up a hiccup around me meeting with the chairperson of MPEC. If you have it there, please fix it there. But come to me organized because I'm always seeing you organized. I went again to MPEC and I met MPEC and I reported to MPEC again on other related issues, including what we are discussing. What we are discussing now as an item. So I take serious exception that members of a particular portfolio committee will come and grandstand in this council and want to subject me to that. To if they do have differences, Speaker, they bring it at my doorstep. I don't want those things. I want to work with organized formations, and I'm honestly heartful with that. Thank you.
Speaker.
On what point are you rising on?
No, what the mayor has just done now.
Are operated on?
Okay.
There are rules here.
Okay, may I?
There's two rules that you can arise on. It's a point of order and a point of personal explanation.
Point of clarity.
There's no point of clarity.
What? I want to
point of
understand.
Personal explanation. In that point, you can either make a correction or ask a question. Okay.
You know, I'm surprised, and I don't want to say to the mayor what he's saying to the council is not correct. But the manner in which he's addressing this thing, I think he should have not involved MPEC. Just to say he met the chairperson and the staff of MPEC, not members of MPEC. We were not there. We don't know anything about this thing. And I don't have a problem with that. Just to put things in context. To say I met chairperson and his staff, not MPEC members. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of order. Oh, you were invited by MPEC? Okay. Deputy
Hello,
Mayor.
sir. Speaker.
I've acknowledged the Deputy Executive Mayor.
We can't discuss the MPEC. Executive Mayor received a letter with the logo of MPEC. Now we can't discuss. I think maybe the chair and the deputy chair or the chief whip, they will bring the report to the committee. Remember, Executive Mayor wanted to clarify he can't leave the council as the Councillor Mohali indicated that he will be misleading the committee. But the executive had to clarify himself. They must just go to their committee and then ask the chairperson and the whip. They will respond in the committee meeting. But we can't sit here, which we are not members of MPEC, and listen to the members of MPEC questioning the explanation of the executive mayor. The right platform, they must question in the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That point of order is sustained. On what point are you rising on?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in this council...
Point are you
No, it's
rising
a point of order. It's a point of order to the executive mayor. I'm saying in this council, we have committees, Speaker. It's Section 79 committees and Section 80 committees. Now, if the executive mayor went to a Section 79 committee, it is fine. But I was just saying Section 79 committee does not recognize executive mayor going to them. Now, executive mayor is putting it correctly to say he only met the chairperson and the staff, which is not the MPEC committee. It's like in parliament, you can't go to SCOPA when you have met chairperson of SCOPA and the administration or their secretary and say, I was at SCOPA. No, you're not at SCOPA. You met the chairperson of SCOPA.
No, but we're not going to discuss that. Please. If the executive mayor had received a formal invite from your chairperson, whether the rest of other members decided not to honor the meeting, it is not his responsibility.
No, on a point of personal explanation, Mr. Speaker.
No. You are abusing that point. I'm still on the platform.
On a point of personal explanation, Speaker.
I'm still on the platform. I am going to make a ruling. We are not proceeding with debates anymore on this matter. And that's my final
Point of personal explanation, Mr. Speaker.
No. I've sustained all points. I'm not opening a discussion on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, you stated that we didn't honor a meeting. We were not invited to a meeting.
But the executive mayor says he received a formal invite.
But you stated that I did not honor an impact meeting. I was not invited to an impact meeting.
Okay, I'm not entertaining that. You may sit down, Councillor, please.
And we haven't received the report of
Speaker. No. Anyone who wishes to speak on this matter, I will not recognize. That brings us to the end of the debates on this matter. No, I'm not going to sustain any point of order on this matter.
It's not on this matter.
No. Allow me first to dispose of the discussions on this matter. There was a slight proposal by Councillor Davis. In fact, not a slight proposal. She made an amendment to recommendation 3. That recommendation reads the MMCs as well as portfolio committees responsible. Is that what you said? Just rephrase it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recommendation we suggest must read the MMCs and councillors that comprise the Section 80 committees.
Okay. Was it seconded?
Yes.
Can I now see hands of those who are in favor of that recommendation? I think that recommendation is straightforward. MMCs and councillors of those committees. Okay, just a little bit. Let me take guidance from Councillor Kruger.
Honorable Speaker, it's just semantics. What is contained there, it simply says that the MMC with her committee, we play over, as I've explained. So it's the same thing which the council is making reference to.
That MMCs exercise oversight on matters relating to portfolios that they preside over and engage councillors.
Of the committees.
Of the committees. No, it's one and the same, councillor.
Point of order, Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, about 2 months ago, we did send a letter as DA councillors to Councillor Logan Creer and to the MMC of Corporate Services requesting an oversight. They did not recognize our request. They didn't even reply. So I would rather refer the amendments by Councillor Davies to be included in this, because the MMCs do not engage with councillors when oversight are being done. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have to divide the House because this sentence is very clear. It is not in contradiction with the proposal by Councillor Davies. There's no material difference.
Honourable Speaker, can I please rise on a point of personal clarity?
on the same line, the one that we want to amend now. The way you read it now basically says that the MMC can go to oversight and then come back and engage.
No,
with
there's
the
no
councillors.
comeback here in
No,
the
no, no. The way you,
sentence.
the context, just the way you read it. You can reread it, please.
All right, Council Whip.
I'm worried, Speaker, that we're trying to deteriorate whatever the proceedings of this House, and really it cannot be acceptable that we are doing so. One thing that is very much important is that the proposal that has been made. I'm just generalizing on everything that has been said. The proposal that has been made by Honorable Davis, it is the same word that have been written here. Maybe the only problem is the English that perhaps maybe both of us are saying in relation to this particular matter. And it is a standard process and procedure internally within the municipality that if the MMC preside over something, ultimately the Section 80 must know and deliberate on this particular matter. And ultimately everything that has been discussed will reach the council if need be. So the very same thing that is being here, it is also saying the same thing to say the MMC, and we engage the councillors of their committees. Must we also, clarify to say, must engage the Section 80 committees? I mean, we know if we're talking MMC finance, we're talking Section 80 of finance. Thank you very much, Speaker. Can we proceed with the meeting as a brief?
That I'm going to hear the last hand. From there, I will have to divide the House.
Yeah, I'm fine with you dividing the House, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. But what in my head is happening, and you can correct me. The Portfolio Committee was here, had the Executive Mayor as a delegate representing Council. The Portfolio Committee has made determination, has given Council the ultimatum to correct and do an action plan, and has placed it in Council. So I'm trying to think in my head logically whether the Executive Mayor is the one who's responsible for this action plan. And he can delegate it to whoever. So it is this Council that doesn't get equitable care. I'm not so sure whether that was the right report that we got at MPEC about the action plan. So this action plan is for the Executive Mayor with his team to try and make sure that he monitors, he implements, so that this council is not under any duress or risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now see hands of those who are in favor of the proposal as raised by Councillor Davis here? Thank you. Those against the proposal raised by DA, Councillor Davis. Thank you. Any abstentions? Thank you. Those in favor of the proposal by Councillor Davis, 26. Those against, 44. Abstentions is 2. May I now see those who are in favor of the recommendations as they are? This is the 44. Thank you. Those against? (26). Abstentions? 2. Thank you. Those in favor of the recommendations as they are is 44. Against is 26. Abstentions is 2. The recommendations will be carried as they are. May I now proceed to item 11.
Point of personal explanation.
On what item is it?
Speaker, as a point of personal explanation, it's really concerning, and I want to I actually want to urge the Troika through you, that you guys have to sit after this meeting. In the past, I've been a councillor for 18 years, and in the past, the mayor tabled his documents and his items, and then after all the items was concluded, then the mayor replies on all the items. But the fact that the mayor gets up and reply every time on every item is really costing us a lot of time. So I want to urge you, please sit and maybe rather ask the mayor to do that in the future, because our meetings are absolutely too long. It's crazy. Thank you.
I will note your point, councillors. We must really take time to read House rules. When a vote has been taken on a matter, I am not allowed to take a point of order or a point of personal explanation. So please, let's not abuse the courtesy I dispense to members. Please, let's refer to rules. Once a vote has been taken, I cannot sustain any debate, whether it's a point of order or a point of personal explanation. The matter has been concluded through a division of vote. I will not take your point, Councillor Viviers, if you are rising on the same point that has been raised by Councillor Pretorius. I, however, acknowledge this point, and I think the members of the Troika appreciate what you have just said. You may proceed.
I will be quick. No, thank you. Just as myself, you told Councillor Pretorius that he must wait. You also told me to wait. I just want to tell you that you must still give him the opportunity, so I'm now covered. Thank you very much.
No, councillors, let's not do that. Please. May we proceed to item 11? I have Councillor de Kock.
Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus takes note that Council is asked to acknowledge the write-off of 192 million in interest on overdue bulk water accounts, as approved by Vaal Central Water. We welcome this relief, but let us be clear. This does not mean that the debt itself has disappeared. The Metro still owed 1 billion to Vaal Central Water as at June 2024. And it is the taxpayers who ultimately had to carry the cost of this mismanagement. Accountability must follow write-offs. This cannot just be another policy document gathering dust. It must be used as a tool to enforce accountability. Fruitless expenditure cannot become business as usual. The fact that 192 million has already been declared fruitless and wasteful expenditure is a damaging indictment of financial discipline. This must lead to investigations and consequences, not just a note in a report. Voorsitter, ons inwoners kry daagliks swaar onder wateronderbreking, swak dienslewering en onherstelbare infrastruktuur. Daarom kan die Vryheidsfront Plus nie net stil bly en dit aanvaar asof dit normaal is nie. We therefore insist that monthly progress reports must still be submitted to MPAC and Council, as was recently implemented. Thank you for that. Any future write-offs of interest or debt must be conditional on strict compliance with repayment plans. Officials responsible for this fruitless expenditure must be held accountable. Chairperson, the message from the Freedom Front Plus is simple. No further write-offs without consequences. Performance before forgiveness. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor De Hayes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today we gather to deliberate on an issue that strikes all at the very heart of governance, accountability and financial sustainability for Mangaung. The matter before us is a report of interest written off of Vaal Central Water Board in respect to overdue bulk water supply account amounting at 192 million. It is only after entering into negotiations with the Vaal Central that a repayment plan of 35 million installment was agreed upon, alongside the commitment to pay current account as they fail to do so. And now, though the intervention of intergovernmental framework coupled with a debt repayable agreement, Vaal Central has approved the right of 192 million in interest, an amount previously recorded as a fruitless, wasteful expenditure. Honorable Speaker, why did the Mangaung fail to such deep areas in the first place? A municipality with our size and revenue base cannot continue to plead poverty while mismanagement and poor collective rights remains the order of the day. Why systematic changes are being introduced to prevent a repeat of this crisis? How many will restore physical discipline? The MFMA Section 32 obliged us to account to fruitfulness, wasteful expenditure. Honorable Speaker, the report notes that personal implications are none, but is it this true? The implication is profound. The residents of Mangaung continue to suffer the consequences. We must also emphasize the political will required to turn this metro around. Therefore, we note of the write-off 192 million, Honorable Speaker, as we call for a review of our credit control and debt collection policies, transparency on a quarterly basis, consequences management, and a comprehensive revenue enhancement strategy. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let us acknowledge this relief, but let us not make mistake if for victory. The true victory will come when Mangaung Metro is no longer on the brink of collapse, but instead stand as a model of good governance, physical prudence, and service delivery. We owe it to our people to ensure that never again shall we celebrate a write-off of our own failure, but rather build the sustainable and prosperous city. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kruger.
Honorable Speaker, it's like I'm in a different council setting. I don't understand. You say we're on the brink, former speaker on the platform. No. Let us not mislead. Let me clarify. Sure. I had to double check with my CFO because I thought my notes were misleading. Let us address the issue at hand, Honorable Speaker. Since 2017, 2018, we started to fall into arrears with our water account. At March 2023, we stood at 798 million in old debt. Right. Follow my story. In February 2024, the city entered into a payment agreement that stated the following, Honorable Speaker. Mangaung, you must pay 35 million in July, 35 million November, and 35 million February, the subsequent year. If you honor that agreement, also you must pay your current account. Our current account, Honorable Speaker, we pay between 92 and 101 million per month. It means, Honorable Speaker and the residents of Mangaung, the write-off we got It was not just because someone felt sorry for us. No, 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 no. It's because we've honored an agreement. It simply said, we paid 3 tranches of 35 million based on the 3 respective dates that I've just mentioned. And we've paid, with that arrangement, honorable councillors, 1.1 billion on our current account. So can we be very clear? I know your opposition. Doesn't therefore mean you must mislead the very same community that elected you. We have gotten the 292 right of Honorable Speaker because the promise we've made is the promise we've kept. 35 million times 3 is 105 million. And 100 million times 12 is 1.2 billion. Only after we've paid that, we qualified for 292 million. And that one, Honorable Speaker, we will celebrate unapologetically. I thank you.
So do you keep promises, Councillor? The promises that you make, do you keep them? Yes. Thank you. Councillors, that concludes the debate on this item. Since the matter was only for noting, I would like to step off this item and proceed to item 13. Councillor Botma.
Speaker, I'll keep my best side to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Speaker. Through you, Honourable Speaker, to the Honourable Executive Mayor. The municipality has made progress with certain financial modules, yet major integration and compliances challenges remain. The rollout of municipal standards chart of accounts, that's MSCOA, is hindering a reliance on third-party systems, missed deadlines and slow adoption of available tools. October 25 and July 26 are now new milestones for compliance. The core financials, a critical dependency persists on third-party modules such as Argus, Payday and Caseware. Contracts integration costs and duplication risk are under review with the BCX, the primary vendor. The Solar ERP, that is the system that we're going to use to do the scope. Our system has been deployed, but rollout, training and support are incomplete. Gaps exist in the general ledger and billing areas, particularly with credit control, debt collection, integrated registration and free basic service allocations, which are pending ICT Steering Committee approval. Financial statements are still produced in Caseware, not integrated with the general ledger, with full integration planned only for 2026 financial apps. Key operational modules, the second one is the procurement lifecycle, including supply chain management, contracts, bidding and project accounting is available, but not yet integrated with the general ledger. The planned 1 July 25 was missed, exposing risk of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Enterprise asset management is scheduled for October 25, but faces possible delays. Recurring BCX support for transitional arrangement in inventory and stores management is minimal as the municipality uses direct purchasing, but functionality activates is still needed. Human resources and payroll currently rely on Payday with partial interfacing to Solar. Fully integrated is pending, but replacement with a BCX solution is recommended to align with the principle of one vendor, one system. The governance reporting, several modules exist but remain unadopted. Audit management is available, yet to be planned after July to go live. National Treasury web-based audit action plan is recommended. Performance management is earmarked for 25-26 but not yet activated. Electronic data and record management is licensed but unused. Implementation is expected under automation and e-signature initiative. Reliance on fragmented systems hampers corporate governance, reporting and oversight. Roadmaps and priority issues. High priority items include integration of third-party modules, supply chain rollout, HR, payroll, and there's not in integration of Solar. The missed deadlines for supply chain management is looming delays for asset management. We heard about the asset management. And approval before activation further slowing the progress. The solar upgrade is a critical dependency. Due diligence completed in May 24 confirmed compliance with Treasury Circular 126. The upgrade targeted for October 25 with unlock additional modules at no extra cost, including budget maintenance, treasury and asset post-grade. Supply chain management will become the highest compliance priority. Corporate governance, Speaker, I've got a minute left. The challenges that we have is the key challenges include the persistent integration gaps between the third party and the solar system, missed go-live deadlines across multiple modules, compliance risk due to missing supply chain management, existence register, and valuation role. Heavy reliance on BCX is a system and integration and underutilization of available tools such as grant management and document management. Speaker, I'm just going to conclude to say that where I came from, wherever MSCOA was implemented successfully, there was clean audits. So we have one qualification, which is the overtime. But all the other emphasis of matter, etc., if we apply what I've just mentioned, then we can actually move towards that in a way that is sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed, Councillor Botma, if you still have points to raise.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I missed the financial and asset management. That's a core financial accounting. It's fully implemented, but municipal budgets, costing and project accounting shows no progress. The treasury and cash management exist within the general ledger but need training. Grant management is available but unused. After life cycle management is delayed to October and the real management is not planned for 25-26. Then the last one, revenue and custom services. Billing is operational but lacks GIS integration. The customer care, credit control and debt collection modules are available but not live. October 25 is the revised target. The indigenous households register remains outstanding despite being critical for compliance and audit resolutions. Valuation role management, essential for equitable billing, is targeted for July 26. Land use and building control via the ArcGIS must also integrate with billing and general ledger by June 2026, or else we're going to have repeat of what we experienced with the Auditor General. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you, Councillor Botma. Councillor De Hayes.
Thank you again, Honourable Speaker. Councillor Logan Kruger, MMC. I hope your assignment is done. Honourable Speaker, the EFF rises on the matter of M-Square Roadmap Implementation Progress Report, because this is not just a technical accounting reform. Comrades and fighters, let us remind ourselves that National Treasury first introduced M-Square in 2017. Honourable Speaker, the Auditor General reports for the year have stated the weakness in M-Square implementation, the incomplete transactions, data integrity issue, and municipal accounting problems. Honourable Speaker, the Financial Recovery Plan also identifies a poor adoption of M-Square as one of the root causes of the weak internal control. As the EFF, we are clear, Honourable Speaker. We demand the implementation delay are not technical, but they are political. As the EFF also, Honourable Speaker, we would like to make the following recommendations. Firstly, the full integration system. Secondly, capacity and skill training, executive accountability, public transparency, audit alignment, and lastly, Honourable Speaker, recovery plan integration. Honourable Speaker, the Council must understand that M-Square is not just for compliance for Treasury. It is a political commitment to the people. The EFF will not allow that. We demand strict enforcement, clear deadline, and consequence management. The people cannot ask for trust municipal finances when the very tool means to protect them, it is undermined. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is clear on the implementation of M Square. Full admits openly that city has chosen corrupt over transparency. There is no middle ground on this one. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Speaker. A lot has been said. I must just indicate two things that I think Honorable Bothman probably didn't indicate. Some of the delays that made some of the modules to make a complete financial system or the integration, it was because before you can do that, you have to go through the process of ICT steering committee. So if that committee doesn't say at no stage that we'll have a right to continue with those modules or the integration, Speaker. However, I need to indicate that the steering committee said, I think a week ago, so we're hopeful that by the 1st of October, most of those modules that were supposed to go live will go live as planned. However, we need to indicate that there's a number of strides that have been made despite those few that we couldn't make. And must emphasize that as the city, we support the idea and the notion from National Treasury that we need to implement MSCOBA fully. So as a result, we are on the right track. By the 1st of November, by October, most of the modules, especially those outstanding, 7 of them, should be live, up and running. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. That concludes the debates on this matter. Since the matter was only for noting, I would like to step off this item and proceed to the last item, which is item 15. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to believe that all councillors should be having a document before them. It looks very thick, but I want to focus on just page number 2 of it. But to indicate that of the thick document, the document that served before the council, and coupled with that will be council resolution. And on the basis of that, Speaker, I've got on the recommendation side of the document, where the document is saying council is therefore requested to note and resolve on the following. A beautiful document before you. Written recommendation for the appointment of an interim board of Centlec. You've got, Councillor? Okay. So I was saying, when you go to page 2 of the document, where my funny signature is, you'd see those 3 items that I am putting before council. Having given the names of the people that we are recommending to be part of this interim board, of the names, the 2 councillors are well known to all of us. I want to believe that Mr. Johan Snyman is a well-known Bloemfonteiner to all of us. And attached is an abbreviated background that speaks to who he is. And then Miss Maureen Judith Nsudisani, it's a colleague also known to all of us, who happened to have served as the last intervention city manager in the city before we could appoint Ntate Mure. I want to believe that we also know who she is. And then from the officials, we took from the finance section of the Metro Metami, who's also known to all of us, and then the 2 councillors. Those are the names, councillors, and those are the recommendations. Thank you very much, Speaker. So,
Thank you, Executive Mayor. May I just remind Council that on the occasion of our last meeting, when this matter was concluded, Council resolved that the Executive Mayor should be mandated to constitute an interim team for no more than 3 months, as well as that team to be reporting on a constant basis within the prescribed period. So I'm just reminding that was a council resolution. We had agreed that within 30 days after the dissolution of the board, the mayor must present a report to this council on the constitution of an interim board, and that board should be given a period of 3 months, and the mayor to report and update council on the work of the interim board. May I now acknowledge hands of those who want to speak on this item. Councillor Viviers. Councillor Sbulau. Councillor Mukwena.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as you know, we didn't have the report beforehand, but I would like, through you, Honourable Speaker, to pose a question now to the Executive Mayor. The possibility exists that we possibly will still have to call a caucus after that, but hopefully you can answer the question. Councillor Botma, who knows the MFMA legislation at the back of his hand, immediately said it. And Councillor Van der Walt also, I don't know if he knows the Act that well, but I know he's good on AI. It's quite clear in the MFMA that a councillor cannot serve on that board. Now, I understand that you're possibly going to say, but remember, this is just an interim board. But I will strongly advise against that. I know you are trying to get things right there at Senklak. So maybe if you can, we possibly still will have to take a caucus, but maybe if you can just enlighten us on that. Nothing wrong with those councillors. That's not what we are saying. We are saying legislation is not allowing councillors. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Just one point that I forgot to mention. You would realize that I've placed the matter under open discussions, but for purposes of OP Act, I'm going to request all councillors to give us back the documents because they contain personal information of members here. I've noted Councillor Sbulau.
Well, thank you very much. I think Mr. Vivier came to my rescue. I wanted to ask the same question, to say if the board is disbanded, why do we retain people who were in the board? Because once you disband the board, we expect new people to come and serve if it's allowed. So I wanted to check with the mayor the criteria used to do this. And secondly, Speaker, I'm worried, in Mangaung, it looks like we don't have educated people. It looks like we don't have educated people. We are fond of people who are not staying in Mangaung. And my question would be, how did you identify that particular person when we have a talent in Mangaung and we are not utilizing it? Thank you very much.
Is Johan Snyman not a Bloemfontein? Oh. Stand here. No, Executive Mayor. No, Dadem Gwena, you are the last from I would acknowledge the Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think one of the questions that I wanted to put before the conversation you have asked, because the resolution did not include the 3 months that was talked about the appointment of the interim, and the second one relates to the 2 board members who are councillors in that regard, in terms of the MFMA. So I would want to take my discussions after that clarification or after the caucuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. Okay, let me, do you want to come first, Councillor?
Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to support what Executive Mayor has proposed. Thank you.
You may proceed, Executive Mayor.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I was going to say, first and foremost, I think the period under review is 3 months. And when we talk about appointment of the board itself, it's a separate matter altogether. I would use a very encompassing term. I think when we do so as the council, the proposal that we'll bring, it will be a positive discrimination in favor of the Free Staters, not Bloemfonteiners or Mangaung per se. I'm saying positive discrimination in favor of the Free State-based individuals. That does not exclude any extra knowledge economy that could be accessed from outside. I'm merely trying to be within the constitution of the country and observe the policy as outlined. Because we can access knowledge economy from whatever corridor it comes from, for as long as it's from the Republic of South Africa. Now, I think the memorandum of incorporation so dictate that in any existing board, the initiator and the shareholder must always have a representative. And if you would recall, in the previous board that could not perform, we had the representative from the shareholder. Now, the councillors are literally not necessarily board members as in appointment, but they are there representing the interest of a shareholder. And that's how those councillors were there. Now, for institutional memory, I felt compelled to ensure that we don't lose what the shareholder would want to realize the board doing for a period of 3 months. And then once the board is appointed, we'll come back again, but with the understanding that a shareholder's interest will always be represented in that said board, and that would also need an endorsement of the council. It is on the basis of that, nothing else. Just to make sure that we don't lose on the discipline of the board. However, I like a scenario where we must be at par and in keeping with the law. So there's reference to MFMA, but also reference to the Memorandum of Incorporation. And I must put it before the council that going back to the drawing board, I'll also ensure that with the cautioning that one has received, are we not traversing and trampling the law? Because that is key and critical for us to be always at par with what the law requires and demands of us. I hope I've applied my little response to the question that were put before me. So I submit as Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Mkwenu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Executive Mayor, for your response. Just to add, as you say, I'm not so sure whether you're suggesting that you're going to relook at it when we are caucusing, or whether you intend to relook at it at a later stage, because the two members, I think, as you rightly point out, for memory and whatever, they need to still be the co-opted or ad hoc members of the committee. The only problem with a board is that they make decisions that are binding the company and the corporations. And later, if a member that was inappropriately appointed, the decisions that can be challenged and reversed, it could cause problems for council. And that is the other angle to the MFMA and 2 councillors being on the board, and we being clear that in law they are disqualified from being members of a entity of the municipality. Their decision, because they are not going to be non-voting members, they are going to be voting members. So those decisions could be reversed for being illegal because of that. Thank you very much.
I would like to, or you'd like to reply? No, I would like to conclude debates on this matter. The 2 members are representing the shareholder as the executive mayor has explained. And for over the last years or so, in existence of Centlec, the municipality has always had the right to second 2 non-voting members. They don't take decisions; they are simply there to advise and provide guidance in terms of the fiduciary responsibility of the board in general. Councillor Viviers.
Thank you for all the answers. I was trying to evade this, but unfortunately, I will humbly request if you can allow the DA caucus a 5-minute caucus, we will forever be in your debt. We will be as soon as possible. Thank you.
Now you're allowed 5 minutes, caucus. Please be back. 22. Welcome back, councillors. Councillor Supi, quel est celle d'ici le fil de même plat holly? Ke batla ma councillor ka mo sindi supportera tsa Celtics. Oh. Thank you, councillors. We can continue. 67, 68, we have a quorum. May I allow Councillor Viviers?
Thank you, Chairperson. If it's in order with you, I will give feedback regarding a portion, but if you can just then allow Councillor Snyman also on a portion, I will go as quick as I possibly can. Through you, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, there's a lot of contradiction here, and I don't know if you've looked at that articles of incorporation of Centlac being a private company, but logical sense tells me that you will have a major problem again with reference to the councillors, nothing against the councillors who's going to serve there. So that's the first bit of legislation that's really troublesome. Secondly, you can just have a look at section 93J of the MFMA, disqualification of direction municipal entities. I'm not going to go into detail with that. You can just go and check it up. They clearly say you cannot be a director in such an entity. And then, of course, it is so, and now I must try and read this a little bit, that you may have a representative, which is throwing it a little bit around. The problem is, at the end of the day, and if we really think about this clearly, it's also to a large extent to safeguard the councillors we now want to secundy there. The problem is, if in this 3 months that board makes such a lot of havoc as the previous one, it will be impossible to a large extent then to keep the councillors that you are sending there on certain bits of the legislation responsible in their own capacity, but on the other side, it can also cause that. So I will again caution you very strongly, Executive Mayor, that you should seriously reconsider that. And then maybe it's now a good time to continue further. I'm not going to say it's rude, but I think it's a little bit impractical to first say that this matter is for noting, not for noting, in committee, and then later it's now open, but then unfortunately we don't have the opportunity beforehand to properly work through the report. Now there's a lot of other decisions on the previous report that we have received that I haven't even properly went through, but there's other resolutions and decisions and things that must still get done. There's certain description of what the knowledge of these directors must be. Again, I'm not criticizing. I would also initially have said, listen, it's in committee due to the CVs. That's POPI Act. I understand that, and that's why we're going to give the documentation back. But to now really, again, this time of the day, after all the interesting intrigues that we had in this council, throw this on our table, and now we must make a very important decision, a decision that can come back to haunt us. I don't think is well advised. So maybe, Executive Mayor, let's refer this report back, go and do the homework properly, and then, of course, we can engage in this council in this regard again. But to take a decision today, I don't think will be wise. In conclusion, I mean this in the kindest way possible, the report clearly states, and again, it's irrelevant who those councillors are, but that the councillors who's going to represent now or be members of the board or directors or whatever they will be, go and check the statutes of incorporation of that private company, is now going to receive additional, that's what the reports say, remuneration, and they're already MMCs. Just doesn't make sense. It is not safe. Kind advice is refer back, bring it to this council later. We can take an informed decision. Otherwise, if it must be pushed through like it is now, we will vote against it. Thank you. I will be thankful if you can just allow Councillor Simon
Sure,
also.
Councillor Snyman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Executive Mayor, if I can actually get everybody's attention maybe to the annexure at the back, page 2, where the resolutions of the Council was taken in the previous meeting. It's just 2. Number 1 being that the board gets dissolved. Number 2, the Executive Mayor can come to us in 14 days with a suggested interim board. That's the only 2 that was actually decided upon. If you go to page 18 of the same annexure, there's a total of 7 other resolutions that was tabled in the report as well. Some of them are adhered to, others not. Number 1, board be dissolved. We did that. An interim caretaker management team consisting of political office bearers, as well as the city manager, CFO, and HOD infrastructure of Mangaung Metropolitan, be appointed. Not all of those are actually on the interim board. We don't know if they were considered for the interim board as well. The council adopt an interim delegation of powers empowering the caretaker team. We haven't done that yet. We are not sure what powers the interim delegation and board will have. Ensure that the members to be appointed as directors in future to have certain specific and specialized skills, engineering and or electrical engineering and or alternative energy resources. None of the suggested board members have those either. Members to be appointed to be well experienced and conversant in energy matters, also don't have that. 2 members of the community, we do have that. And then on page 19, the last one, adopt proper remuneration and allowance policy for board members in order to ensure the most skilled, competent members are attracted to apply for the vacant positions. That's now within the next phase. Then if we go to the current recommendations, the identified names be approved, interim board member identify gaps, and executive mayor reports consistently to the council. That is all fine, but we still have not decided upon many things of this board. If we now say that we approve the board and they go forward, they will actually have no direction. And then just purely because I saw a lot of members shaking their heads when Councillor Viviers mentioned the financial implications. Right there above the recommendations, an interim board members will be remunerated at the rate and scale that was applicable to the previous dissolved members of the board, in line with National Treasury determined tariffs for members of the board of government institutions. That implies very clearly that there will be no financial implications on the municipality, whether it is a greater expense or actually saving money on the board members. Clearly indicating that the councillors assigned to the board will be paid. If that can also just be changed, it will also just be safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute, Councillor Mungale, I will not allow you to speak on the basis of the report by the DA. You remember I had allowed for a caucus because they wanted the caucus. So it will be an afterthought to allow you to speak once they've reported. That's only procedural. First, allow the executive mayor to reply to the questions raised.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Perhaps let me finish with page 18 that my fellow councillor make reference to. it's not limited to specialized discipline. It says or, either or. That's how I think it must be interpreted when talking to the individuals that are suggested. And the consideration on the individuals was that if you look at their CV and their operation and their past engagement, you can't avoid them from the happenings of what the municipality has been doing. One, having acted as an acting municipal manager, knowledgeable, of course, about the activities of the council. But that's not why I wrote this document for. I think if you look at council resolution, that's where our focus should be. Now, I want to answer Councillor Divier by making reference to the memorandum of incorporation that deals with of Sentlek, rather, of Sentlek board. If you go to section 12.6.2, it reads, the council must designate a councillor or an official of the shareholder or both as the representatives of the shareholder, which representative must comply with section 98D of the MSA, 93D, yeah, of the MSA. A councillors need to adhere to the Code of Conduct of Schedule 1 of the MSA. And then 12.6.3, it says, unless directed otherwise by the shareholder, the municipal representative shall have a non-participating observer's status at the meeting of the board. And then 12.6.4, it says, the meeting of the board and the board committee must be open to the officials representative of the shareholder from time to time. I wanted to bring that element to say this is aspect that you find in the memorandum of incorporation of Sentlek board in terms of how do you constitute your directors and board members rather in this case. Now, the period under review, 3 months. In the main, it's a period that should there be any or some immediate attention that might be needed, the board must not be left, the Sentlek must not be left hanging for purposes of smooth running. However, this period, it's according to the council and the instruction, is subject to leaving this council, advertising, subjecting the whole matter to advert, now appointing the board. And when we appoint the board, the memorandum of incorporation does demand specialized individuals in terms of their expertise. However, I did indicate when I was making a submission that it would be prudent that at some point when we appoint the board, public interest, which was never accommodated in the memorandum of incorporation, must be looked into, because those sentiments are not there. Perhaps part of why the board is not in line and in tune of what is happening in and around it is that public interest and public, public participation and public representative does not, like many other boards, see the light of the day when it comes to the level of how do we then generate members of the board. There is a point that was raised by Ntate Papi from AASD that wouldn't it be, and that's the point that remain a jigsaw puzzle in my head, wouldn't it be litigious to then say the same councillors who were representing us at a point when the board was disbanded, there is a legal term, they say preempt the decision that we are taking moving forward, insofar as should the municipality face any form of litigation. And that remains what I thought maybe it would be the bone of contention. And I also consulted with the speaker on that one, and the deputy mayor, and I thought maybe that issue must not be left hanging. It should be like the council would say to me, in accordance with the memorandum of incorporation, you have the right as the council to assign councillors as representative in the interim arrangement. However, the advice would be until and otherwise, for now, and until we advertise for the new board, wouldn't you consider other representatives than those that were there? Maybe I thought that would be, Speaker, what would hold as we have discussed it. Other than that, I really don't see any much danger in what we are doing, and I see it not bringing us into any disrepute. Like I said, the issue that was raised with regard to MFMA get defeated on the strength of the memorandum of incorporation, because I think it's only us and the city of Joburg that has got an entity like this. Any other city, I don't think they are in line with what we are doing. And obviously, we have to have an interest in the Centrelec board as first the initiator and the shareholder. So it's a matter that has to do with what is enshrined in the memorandum of incorporation. I'm not a legal guru, but I really applied my mind to a great extent in and around this, and I'm trying to say, I don't know whether you have Googled the memorandum of incorporation on the sections that I've made reference to. By in law, I read those paragraphs are called sections. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So I was making reference to those sections so that we should be understanding what we are talking about. I think I should go to those extent as Speaker in trying to explain what we are faced with now. But I want to thank the DA for applying their mind to this extent, because it is only in that line that we can make the best decisions ever.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Can I safely establish from you, are you now saying you will replace those two with other two?
I'm not tempted. I want to propose it that way, to say, on the recommendation that we are making, and upon the advice of the council, with respect to what Ntate Papimukwena raised, we can't overlook the representative of the shareholder. However, the observation made suggests, which impress upon me, to then say we shall have to replace the councillors that were recommended, but it be handled administratively. I really wanted to say that because I can't do it while standing here. But if the understanding takes that line, I'm happy with it.
Just on the last point, I want to confirm that our representatives do not get an additional benefit.
Oh, yeah, I didn't answer, sorry. My apology. I didn't answer. My apology for the remuneration. I think it is standard procedure, and I think it is mentioned that it is based on treasury and financial discipline. Any person who participates at any level of any board, unless it's a different board altogether, but at this level, there is an element of remuneration. What I think is at par with the content of remuneration is that it must not be anything outside the prescript as defined by law. I think we are in keeping with the law, and for that period of 3 months as they serve, the discipline of how directors, board members are treated, I think shall have to apply here. And that is also administratively based on a set of principles that are legislated and are driven by regulations. I don't think I can operate outside there.
Major, our MMCs are not getting.
No.
And
MMCs are those are MMCs and officials are not subject to that. Only people that are coming from outside are the ones that would be regarded as board members. The ones that are prescribed by the memorandum of incorporation coming from the shareholder are already in the employ of the shareholder. It's their fiduciary duty to ensure that the interests of the shareholder are not trampled, but they are not subject to remuneration. No, they are not.
I now want to conclude further discussions on that matter, unless there's a point of personal explanation. Councillor Snyman and Councillor Mungale, only those two hands. I will not recognize other hands from except.
Thank you, Speaker. Not a point of personal explanation, just an additional 2 questions from what the Executive Mayor responded. Will it be possible to just either then declare by the representatives or by financial impact that they will not be paid, yet again to protect the people assigned, in case something happens? And Executive Mayor, you answered the majority of my questions, however, just one still remains, and that is yet again on page 18, point C, the delegation of powers, empowering the caretaker team to manage the affairs. What is that delegation of powers? Where will their authority on the board or as representatives on the board of Centlec begin? Where will it end? I feel like we can't actually implement if we don't know that bit. Thank you.
Councillor
if I can,
Mungale.
just one more thing regarding the Executive Mayor's indication that we should focus on the recommendations on the second page for this specific one. To enforce my previous point, this essentially just empowers the board to identify gaps and recommend remedial action in Centlec, but not actually be there for Centlec when they need them. Thanks.
Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Dr. Matai. The issue that I wanted to check with the Mayor, I'm happy that you are considering changing the 2 councillors that were there, which is Councillor Sotkaka and Councillor Kruger, so that the integrity can be protected from the mess that happened while they were there. That they... no, I don't want to be misinterpreted. I'm saying so that the integrity can be protected. You remove them from the crime scene up until the matter is properly established. That is what I'm saying. I'm not fighting anyone, just that every time when Mungale speaks, already the guys are out. Sometimes the issue that I also wanted to raise, Kia Menchudise Maureen, Judith Nchudise, who happens to be a former municipal manager of Sikukuni District Municipality, and who was flagged by MPEC of that district municipality to have committed a wasteful expenditure of 180 million. Now, if this municipality, without vetting a person, you have appointed a person, you are committing a crime. It might have been a blind side, it might have not been deliberate that le mo appointed to lo senya mo le batla specialist sa bo show se le tsebang gore yeno ha lo bapala le chelete o lo enka jolo ka ele ibaka. But if the intention was not that, it is a human error. We are all not perfect. We are all not perfect. It could have been a human error. I'm just saying, go and check a profile. After checking a profile, if it is not clean, let it be removed. And let there be no crisis, because Mangau must be clean from any wrong elements that wants to destroy the integrity of this institution. I don't want to think that this council wants to go down to being the one that embrace corruption and using majority to defend corruption. It is an issue of integrity. Those who are with us in the class, you know, majority don't count. What is important is your integrity.
Your point is sustained,
Point of
Councillor.
order.
Another point of order. Okay.
For personal explanation, it's very important before we vote. Please. Through you, Honourable Speaker, thank you for allowing me. I'm now at declarations of interest, and it's the predicament that I now foresee. If it remained Councillor Kruger and the other councillor, I don't think they should have then voted because they actually have personal interest. Currently, we have the predicament, and I note everything that has been said, but now it's possibly going to be two other ANC councillors. If that is the case, I honestly don't know who they are. But let's assume it's my chair, Councillor Tona. Now he's going to vote for this, but then he's going to be the representative director, part of that interim board. And I just think it's going to be wrong if it is then my chair and he's now voting. So I'm just mentioning that little discomfort that I have further. Thank you.
Lay your fears, there's no discomfort there. The council has got the right to appoint anybody. That person does not represent himself. He acts on the jurisdiction of this council. I think the executive mayor has explained it, that the two members which were in the previous board will not form part of this interim board. Alternatively, he will deal administratively with that matter to identify, consistent with the resolution here, that politicians or political office bearers should form part of the board or the interim board. And I think that suffices. It really explains. Other than that, I don't think the debate is taking us any further. We are, yes, you can do that. Immediately after that, I shall have to call a vote on this matter.
No, let me apply on the delegation. You know, in an acting capacity, the other thing that, although it wouldn't be that involved because of the period under review, but once you are given acting capacity, you assume responsibilities that are enshrined in that particular space. You can't isolate items. So that speaks to delegation. So I wouldn't really want to prescribe. To be honest, it has been the case. We have had so many people acting in capacities, especially of the city manager. I think at some point we did indicate that in this metro from 2021 to 2023, 2024, 23, we're close to 9 of those that acted. And all of them is acting in terms of title, but you treat him as that particular person. But this being interim. Now, I think you have summarized the administrative part of it. Speaker, it does cover you, Tatemungan, I'm sure, to say we'll handle it administratively, and I think Councillor Vivier, but then for purposes of not allowing, I'm more worried about any form of litigation that can come our way. It must found us ready to defend it. And Tatemungan is right, until the dust is settled, and then we can and reassign people. And this does not in any way condemn even those that were board members, per se. It simply says there was a jigsaw puzzle that led to some difficulties, and we are now going back to the drawing board. And individuals and citizens of this country from different walks of lives are allowed to, and there's no where even as we allow the chief whip to to master technology. It's yeah, no, it was on a lighter note. So I was saying, perhaps what we could include, Councillor Vivier, is what the speaker said. Maybe I should allow the speaker to, there are phones that are very aggressive just in and around me. I was saying that then the speaker could summarize it in the manner that we did, and then we close it at that. And I'm quite happy, and thanks for the advice that came from the Democrat. So.
Councillors, I think we have extensively dealt with the discussions under this item, and there have been suggestions and comments raised. Safe to say, there's also been an amendment made with regard to the composition of the board, the interim board, that the mayor, executive mayor will for now not consider the two members who were in the previous board. Rather, he will identify two other members to represent the interest of the shareholders in the board. The board is primarily meant, as per the previous resolution, meant to exist only for 3 months. The board, because it's an interim board, assumes all powers and functions of an ordinary board.
There is this critical aspect that was raised by Ntate Mongal about the background of memory. We do vet Ntate Mongal, and I think even and when he came here, he went through that grinding process. But I must warn councillors, I want to use my own personal example. When I came to this council, I was declared insolvent. And it's on, if you Google, you'll find that. And there are a number of things that you'll find about many of us. If you remember, we also had a CFO that had been appointed, and she withdrew on the strength of what was contained in the profile. But when you go to the law enforcement units and other related things, there were no case mooted, and their records and their printout are as clean as no case or any other aspect that relates to them. So normally, and this is perhaps something that would need one strong legal guru, that when a journalist has written something about you and does not hold, it must be expunged from social media because it stays there. And once it stays there, the next person who opens immediately cleans it, clears, and it says you are this and this and this and that, when you are not. I think I take what you are raising. These are things that are said. Look at the HOD that was saving in KZN. He has just been paid 20 or 22 million rand for unlawfully being fired. When you look at what they were saying and doing, could not prove, he went to court, he won that. These are some of the things that happens about individuals' names, but when they are to be proven, they are not there. And I think it is the limitation of social media, that when they've written about you, it doesn't get expunged. I don't know, and I really would want to find a way of expunging such things, even on me, because I'm trying to be, as old as I am, go to the grave clean, but hey, they do mud you with these things when you least expect,
Thank you, Executive Mayor. May I now see hands of those in favor of the report with those amendments to the report? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you. Those in favor is 46. Those against is 26. Abstentions is 4. the item will be carried as it is.
Mr.
Just as
Speaker, just on a point of self-explanation.
You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DA would like it to be noted that we voted against the item. Thank you.
Thank you. It will be recorded as such. May I just on the Councillor Diaz?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let it be also noted that the EFF abstained from this motion. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. It will be recorded as such. Tate Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We want it to be noted that African Alliance of Social Democrats voted against this item.
Thank you. Such, Councillor Denner.
Speaker, thank you. The Freedom Front Plus also wants to be noted as against.
Thank you, Councillor De Bruin.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We just want to say, as the Patriotic Alliance, that we abstain. But on my next term, I just want to tell you, Speaker, you must take us serious in this council. Because the chief whip, he must do his job.
Councillor,
He
please,
must
can
do
I,
his job.
Councillor, please, can I record what you said?
Because we should not know.
Councillors, can I, just as a last point, request that all the documents of this item, please leave them on the table. And secondly, those who had submitted prepared speeches for inclusion in our minutes and records, please forward them to the administration here. What point are you raising on, Councillor? Last, once I've concluded a matter through a vote, there's no point of personal explanation. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable councillors, please bear with me. This is not a bad thing. Can I just say, I have not been a councillor for long, as you guys know. Everybody in here, sorry, all honourable members know. Regarding earlier points and some discussions had in the meeting, I feel there was a lack of understanding that led to it, which was not present specifically in this last point. As a new member that's still learning the ropes of this council, can I please request that the triarch consider the success of this last point specifically, how smoothly it went regarding understanding, the executive mayor, everybody making sure they understand what we are raising and what we are asking, regarding other points that was not precisely followed as such. It is to improve the council as a whole. Thank you.
No, councillors, your point is taken. It's noted. It will be recorded as such. I think the Troikas also took note of your concerns. I wish to bring to your attention that we are now on the last item, and the last item is the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.